Cloud4 just hit automation builders like a tsunami, and most of them are still playing in the water. I just watched it generate a complete n8n workflow in seconds, something that used to take builders days and even weeks to create. If Cloud4 can do that, what do you think Cloud5 is going to do? While everyone's celebrating these viral, this agent does everything videos, they're actually showing you exactly why these individual workflows are about to become horseshit. The only builders who will survive the ones creating comprehensive AI infrastructures that Claude can't replicate with a simple prompt. I'm about to show you exactly what that looks like. A system called Infinitum, where one single idea generated from this system was responsible for making me $100,000. Now imagine what happens when you can generate infinite ideas that are all capable of doing the same thing. This isn't another workflow demo. It's over 2,000 lines of production code, over 15 integrated systems working as one unit, 18 plus specialized database tables, and multiple AI processing pipelines that can create infinite 100K ideas and turns one piece of content into multiple revenue streams. While AI can generate individual workflows, it cannot architect comprehensive vertical systems like this. And that's exactly why AI specialists will crush generalists in 2025 while workflow builders fight for scraps. And to get this entire presentation, you can join my free school group. It has all the templates, all the resources that you can download, database tables, and everything you would need to set this up. And you can find this in my free school. And when you join, go to Classroom and look at YouTube template. It will be one of these videos. And I have built these videos on Bolt, infrastructures on Bolt before. So you can watch those videos if you are still interested. A lot of things changed, like Superbase integration now natively works. So do check them out if you are interested. And this app is called Infinitum, the creator's companion. $20,000 implementation fee, 15 plus systems working together, and 18 plus complex database tables. And here's the brutal truth that most AI builders refuse to face. While you've been celebrating, all these workflows and make automations, Cloud4 made everything ops. There are a ton of people that have made even videos made around this topic. And Cloud4 just made 90% of the automation builders obsolete overnight. I'm watching people who spent months building complex workflows get their entire business model replicated by a single prompt. But here's what really happened. There's a massive gap between workflow builders and infrastructure architects. Most builders are stuck in the middle, too advanced for simple tools but not sophisticated enough for enterprise systems. And the workflow builders, Cloud5 will crush them, eliminate them. But the infrastructure architects, they're building systems so complex that AI can't replicate them with prompts. So you have a choice: keep building individual workflows that AI can duplicate, or learn to architect complex vertical systems that dominate the entire markets. Because here's what I learned building my Infinitum system. The future doesn't belong to people who can use tools. It belongs to people who can build AI infrastructures, the AI systems that AI can't replicate. Most builders are solving yesterday's problem with tomorrow's tools. Vertical specialists are building tomorrow's infrastructure with today's technology. The question isn't whether you can build a workflow. The question is, can you build a system so comprehensive that it becomes your competitive mode instead of a commodity skill? And we have the vertical dominance stack. Look, most people think Bolt.new is just another AI coding tool. They're wrong. It's actually the closest thing that we have. Of course, we have Cursor, WinSub, and all that, to a production-grade system architect that works at a speed of thought. But here's what nobody's teaching you. There is a specific way to to prompt Bolt that gets you enterprise-level results instead of that demo horseshit. I'm talking about advanced prompting techniques 99% of the builders don't know exist. While they're asking for build me a to-do app, a calendar, a cal app, I'm feeding Bolt comprehensive system architecture, around 18 plus database relationships, real-time subscriptions, production-grade security policies. And the difference? Their stuff breaks the moment real users touch it. Mine scales to 100K months. And here's where it gets interesting. Superbase isn't just database. When you understand the all the features that it has to offer, you are building systems that can handle millions of operations without breaking a sweat. I'm going to show you exactly how to architect these systems that scale with your business, not against it. But here's the thing that really separates the specialist from the generalist. All of these can be done even if you don't know, you don't have to personally write a single line of code. Most developers write code that works, but infrastructure builders prompt these softwares and create code that scales. I'm talking about modern patterns that handle real world complexity, not tutorial level examples. And when it comes to enterprise deployment, this is where most builders completely fall apart. They can build it, but they cannot ship it at scale. I'm going to show you how to the exact infrastructure strategies that take your systems from works on my machine to handles enterprise traffic. See, while everyone is learning individual tools, you are going to master the art of system architecture, because when Claude 5 drops and workflow builders are fighting for scraps, you'll be the one building the infrastructure that AI can't replicate with a simple prompt. This isn't about learning tools, it's about thinking like a systems architect. And that's exactly what separates vertical specialists from everyone who's about to get left behind. Let me show you what happens when you stop building tools and start building ecosystems. This is Infinitum. This proves vertical specialization isn't just a theory, it's a measurable advantage. The AI dashboard gives creators real-time intelligence on content velocity, audience growth trajectories, and revenue attribution across all the platforms. This isn't generic analysis. Every metric is designed specifically for the creator economy. The Commander Center transforms chaotic content creation into systematic production. 7-stage pipeline: idea, outline, writing, design, filming, editing, publishing. And each stage tracks time, resources, and performance. And when you move the card from one stage to another, your team will receive alerts. From filming to editing team gets alerts with all the links needed. And once the editing is done, admins will receive how to upload the SOPs, the resources, everything. We'll see how to build that. It's like a manufacturing line, because that's how you scale to 100K months. Build these systems you can charge at least 20,000 for the whole system. And then YouTube systems and LinkedIn systems, they are not just content tools, they are platform specific intelligence engines. Video analysis that understands retention patterns, comment scraping that identifies market opportunities, content generation that maintains your authentic voice across platforms. But here's where it gets powerful: the revenue pipeline. One video becomes newsletter sequences, community posts, LinkedIn campaigns, lead magnets, school posts. If you have multiple communities like I do, free school, paid school, complete revenue attribution, so you know exactly which content drives which dollars. And I personally made some war map which tracks daily execution against long-term goals. And Project 1460 is my own personal project which visualizes 4-year mastery progression. This is infrastructure that thinks in decades, not deadlines. And here's what makes this different: it has 18 plus specialized database tables. Imagine building that in Airtable, and all the, you can avoid all of that. All of these tables are talking to each other. User authentication, content workflow, revenue tracking, performance analytics. One integrated system instead of 15 plus tools. And the result? One idea generated through this system was responsible for 100K in revenue. That's the difference between building tools and building infrastructure. This isn't just a tool, an application. It's proof that when you go deep instead of wide, When you specialize instead of generalize, you create competitive advantages that compound over time. And this is what I've been using at my agency almost every day. For tracking, yes, but also look at this LinkedIn system's latest AI news. I get to read news from top 15 to 20 AI newsletters. This is from Superhuman. This is from Rundown. This is from AI Breakfast, Neuron, AI Valley, Men's Bites. I just open this, read the summary. If I like something, I can read the whole article if I want. Or if I choose to, you can close this and hit on generate. And what happens when you hit on generate? You will create posts, LinkedIn posts that are ready to use, target metrics, CTA strategy, hook that I can copy and paste, that I can link this, add a publish button, and directly publish this to my LinkedIn. And follow up content ideas, lead magnet ideas. And, there are a ton of things that I can do and build here, and everything is based on the context that I've been giving. Context engineering. I will cover that in the few slides. And if you look at my video revenue pipeline, this is a video that I did recently. Not recently, it's been a while, but still the idea that's generated few days ago. If you look at the date of this generation about the proposal, the lead magnet idea that I got is on 29/6/2025. I use a variation of this on my LinkedIn just 2 days ago on 4th of July. And this is what I got: 38,000 impressions, 1,127 comments, and 267 likes. And that is the power of the system. And we will see the $100,000 case study and all the proof in coming sections. But without further ado, let's dive in. Module 1. All right, let's talk about why 99% of the people are using AI completely wrong. And I'm not just throwing shade here. I've got the receipts. Look at this comparison. On the left, we have what most people are doing: vibe coding, random prompts, hoping something sticks, zero structure. And it's like asking someone to build your house, but only telling them make it nice. You're basically playing AI lottery tickets. But here's the thing that's driving me absolutely insane. People think this is how AI is supposed to work. They throw a prompt at ChatGPT and get garbage back, and they blame AI for being unreliable. No, you are being unreliable. On the right, we have context engineering. This is where you give your AI a PhD in your business, complete documentation, rules, examples, your knowledge ecosystem. It's the difference between hiring a clueless intern versus bringing someone who studied your company for months. And here's the data that will blow your mind. 76.4 of real developers do not trust AI code without human review. Why? Because they are vibe coding. They are not giving AI the context it needs to actually do the job right. The AI isn't broken, your approach is broken. So let me show you what context engineering looks like in real world. This is my Infinitum project. And instead of just randomly prompting Claude or Bolt, I built what I call an AI knowledge fortress. Look at these 5 layers of context. I didn't say just build me a SaaS application or a content application, build me a to-do app. I engineered a complete knowledge ecosystem, documentation layer, PRD, database documents, UI, UX specs, tech stack, strategic context, brand positioning, AI generalist versus specialist research, style and voice, my script style and brand voice guidelines, technical context. I gave Bolt.new specifics and best practices of prompting, and knowledge base, all of my research backing my positioning and everything I need for this app. This isn't just better prompting. This is treating context like an engineered resource. Just like you wouldn't build software without documentation, you shouldn't build AI without context. The result? Claude builds like it's been part of my team for years. It knows my business model, understands my audience, follows my coding standards, writes in my voice. It's not guessing what I might want. It knows what I want. This is context engineering in action. And what you're about to see in this tutorial isn't just me building an app. It's a masterclass of context engineering, a masterclass in how to make AI actually reliable. Stop playing AI lottery. Start engineering your context. Let's build this thing. I will share more about how I came up with these documentation and what are all the documents that I've been using in this application in the next slide. And this is what my workflow looks like. And this is my, I wouldn't call this strategy, it is more of a workflow. Claude Sonnet, not Opus, is my best friend in this development journey. Every project that I work with, I will create a Claude project. Every video that I create, if you look at this, I have a PDF of a product requirement doc, and I have a PDF of a database document, and I have a document that is UI UX and tech stack related. So every information, everything that I need to have to make this app, I already discussed this with Claude, what it works, how it works, what are the systems that it should include, what features that it should have. Based off of that, I created a PRD, product requirement doc. I will create a database document. I will create a UX UI document. And once we have that, prompting becomes really easy. Once we have all the documents, all the PRD, database, UI, UX, and Bolt.new prompting guide, the stack for everything that we need, and my brand profile, my scripting style, my every info that I want this app to reflect. This was the outcome. The project 1460 that I was talking about. Content command center with all the alerts going in real time. The war map, the daily accountability or time tracking application or component, YouTube systems, comment scraper, video analyzer, and chapter generator, LinkedIn systems, latest AI news. As soon as they publish, I get this detailed breakdown of if I want to create a piece on any of these ideas, all I need to do is, okay, Claude no code app builder. Let's see what this is all about. June 27, it's one day before um, Google DeepMind released AlphaGo Reinform. So anytime I want to create an idea using this one of these, and I will create LinkedIn posts, I will create newsletter ideas, client stories, I will create lead magnets that I can give out around this, because my um, expertise, my brand profile, everything is fed into these AI models that will generate these for me. And as the news comes out, I can create content pieces that, not, this is an excellent resource if you are planning to be an influencer in the space. So you must have seen everything in the demo. I won't be going into this in detail at this point. We will be building every single thing that you are going to see here. So without further ado, let's get back to what we have. This is my workflow. I will create PRD database documents, and and UI UX tech stack document and Bolt.new best practices. I will add all of these documents into Claude project. And this is the project that is already set up. And as you see, I've been working on this for a while now. And I just created this 18 days ago, but the app itself is built a few months ago. and I've been using it on a different build. Once you create your Claude project, I understand it's hard for you to come up with these documents. If you want to learn how I came up with these, you can comment in the chat. I'm planning to make a course for this in my paid school community, but comment down below. And you can download these documents just by clicking this button. I've already downloaded this and created a document, created a Claude project after downloading these 4 documents. And this is the first prompt that I'm going to use. And how did I come up with this first prompt? Is I just went to Claude and asked for, hey, I'm trying to build Infinitum, and I want you to create a prompt for me. Give me the first prompt for building Infinitum. You have the PRD, tech stack, and database. And once I used this prompt, it gave me this first prompt. And when I ran this prompt, it made me this beautiful looking output. I don't want to assume that it's going to do the same for you. I will copy the prompt that I have added here, and let's collapse and go to Bolt. Bolt is linked here in the presentation also. If you don't have an account, use so. And Bolt is free all weekend. That's amazing. And I have about 80 million tokens. Okay. Let's see how much we can build over this weekend. And it will take a while to build this, at least 1 to 2 minutes. I will just fast forward it because I don't have too much to discuss. I will wait for it to be done and we'll continue from there. And quick, disclaimer, this video is going to be huge, as you can see. So feel free to jump to a section that makes sense. But if you feel like you don't want to do that and you want to fork the whole application, which costed me like few million tokens, like more than 50, 60 million tokens, because understand this 20,000 plus lines of code. So if you want to do that, it's available in my paid school. But except that, if you want to follow along, if you want to learn my methodology, keep watching and jump on to the time stamp that makes sense for you. So one thing to note about this build is it's still processing. And I say module 2, but once it is done, this is what I used in my first prompt. Glass morphism design, modern aesthetics that convert animated elements, micro interactions for engagement, and an interactive Kanban board. So if you look at my first prompt, it does cover all of that. And for the tech stack, we are using React V18 with TypeScript. If you're not a coder, that's okay. You don't have to know too much. We are using React with TypeScript. And if you look at the architecture, and we are asking for this font family and vibrant gradient accents, custom animated infinity logo. These are the primary features for MVP: dashboard, authentication, content sender. I gave it a project 1460. I know most people may not be able to get too much value from it because it's a personal project, but hey, I want to show you, if you want to use or build something custom, how you would do it. And simple prompt. I didn't want it to be too crazy. And if we go to Bolt, it is still doing its thing. And probably click connect to Superbase is we need to connect it to Superbase, obviously. And I already have a bunch of projects, but I will create a project. Let me authorize API access, authorize Bolt. And now it will ask me to probably select a project. I already have Infinity because I don't want to use the same thing. I will probably delete this once we are done. You need to create a password, and I shouldn't have shown you that, but never mind, since we are going to delete this anyway. $10 per month on top of, if you can do it for free if you don't want to, but they will pause all the inactive projects after 7 days. So keep that in mind when you are using a free tool. So Superbase, it's still connecting. So whenever you create or connect a new Superbase, it will take at least 2 to 3 minutes to complete the processing. But you should be able to see if you look at the problem, missing Superbase environment variables. So good practice, if you already have a Superbase and you want to use that, you can start with the setup, already connect the Superbase, and then do this. So it has created this Infinitum AI Creator Companion. And if I have to sign up, it is using a generic sign up screen. I will use one of the, maybe this as my, and once I log in, I am greeted with this beautiful looking application. Let me use this. See how cool this looks. It has a beautiful dashboard. It has content center. It has ideas to outline, to writing, design, filming. It has the Kanban board already and project 1460. Wow. Okay. Videos, shorts, reels. Okay, good. This is really first, we generated that in one prompt. That's amazing. So what is the next step? We have this cool looking logo. We have a sign out button here, and let's see if it's working, right? I will log in with the account that we just created. Perfect. And what happens if we try and sign in with an account that, okay, invalid credentials. Good. Shows that it's working, right? And now let's delete this and use our own account and log in the account that we just created and build one component at a time. So the key here is to understand whatever it's generated, it's completely useless for us. We cannot use it unless you have a client that you want to show a quick, okay, this is what a board looks like, but this is what, Instagram logo, YouTube logo, you have all the flags for showing the status. And if you want to show this as a prototype, sure, be my guest, but this is unusable. What we are here for is building a fully functioning system that integrates with 10 different workflows, 15 different components, tools, powering the entire thing. So we have this first version. Let's exit the full screen. And the second prompt, if we look at the presentation, this is glass morphism design and animated elements, as you can see, interactive Kanban board. You've seen that. That's what we created. And database mastery also, we will be creating an in-depth course within this paid school community on Superbase. But for now, I don't want to go too in-depth and fix or teach a bunch of things. I will talk about, primary key, foreign key relationships and authentication and few things that are needed to build these systems, but not too much about what is a JWT authentication, API keys, and all of that. So right now, don't pay too much attention to this and understand how we are integrating it. There are two ways of integration. One is using Superbase edge functions. That is an advanced functionality where you go through API documentation and create how to, you will call OpenAI API and once you receive a response, you will display that. So that's one way of going about these things. That's a native integration that you might be familiar with if you come from a SaaS background or if you are using bubble like tools. That is what you are used to. But now, what we are going to do is called webhook driven workflows for AI processing. Whenever I need something that I need AI to generate, I will use a webhook instead. And these systems will live in make.com. And whenever I need a new functionality, I just need to add in, or whenever a new model comes, I just need to update what I have here in in just my Bolt and in just my make, and that would be enough. I don't have to worry about, okay, what is happening with if I have to use a different email address, or if I have to, there is a lot of, it is so easy. Infinity systems, right now we have about 10 systems. So everything is going off of, okay, let's say Kanban command center alerts. So this is connected to our Kanban board and it sends alert to my Discord. So if I have to add an editor or change something, it's easier to do this than integrate or build the whole functionality in my application. And this is when I discovered this webhook driven workflows and a way for it to use. I made a video about this in November 2024. So that's more than 6 months. I've been using these tech for more than 7 months. As soon as Bolt came out on day 4 or day 5 or something, I started using almost every single day. And automation pipelines, make.com integration systems, I've already shown you that. Publishing systems, multi-platform distribution. We can use a tool like Metricool to add publishing feature also. One of the reasons we haven't been doing that, we have the content calendar, we can add the functionality so it would post directly from the application to any platform of our choosing, a tool called Metricool, and it integrates with make.com as well. But we haven't gone into publishing because platforms, disincentivize you from doing that. They will make note when you are not actually active after you post a content. So we are not doing that. Follower tracking, content analytics. For accountability's sake, for project 1460, I wanted to make this either a phone call related updating or way I have to do it manually because this is an accountability thing for me. And there are ways, obviously, multiple ways to get analytics API. So we are going to build content command center first, your content creation powerhouse. And this is the Kanban board workflow, which is a 7-stage pipeline from idea, outline, writing, design, filming, and editing. And then content calendar, which within this we will have content calendar. I will show you how it works on my previous app. As you can see, the UI that we generated now is completely different from UI that we have. And if you look at this content command center, this is an old application that we deployed. Obviously, the new one is much, much better. Let me show you, is the latest one. If we open this with my account, I usually use this account for a lot of these things. And if you go to Command Center, this is the data visualizers that I'm using, and this is the Kanban board. And when you edit this board, you would be able to see, the hook for the video, the outline, why is it worth the attention, video URL, thumbnail, and all of this. And anytime someone, it's moved from here to here, it will send alerts as well. So you first need to, I included everything in the PRD document. So it has all the context. The Claude already has the context. Now I would say, great job. I now want the Second prompt for creating the content command center, the Kanban board, and the calendar, content calendar data visualizers. So the prompt should follow similar formatting as the previous prompt. Use your natural language. That's probably the best. I have been using a tool called Aqua for voice transcription, so I don't have to type as much. And I have used like transcribed like 40 or 50,000 words so far. It's a game changer. It's saving me time like you cannot imagine. And now it is searching the entire project for what it needs to do for content command center module. So it is giving me 5 preferred stages, drag and drop between stages with visual. Let's copy this second prompt and paste it in our Bolt project and see how. Now it will, this is a long prompt also, like I was reading earlier. So it'll take a bit of time to finish the whole thing. And once it's done, probably I do have some elements that I like about what we have in the content card. For example, I really like how the current setup is, but I don't like the idea of when I scroll it, when I go to these other blogs, it's not really visually pleasing. I mean, the background is missing. So most of the time it will fix itself when we use a prompt like this. But if it doesn't, we will then have to prompt it again. And the approach that really helped me is using Claude for Sonnet instead of relying 100% on this Bolt application. Even though they are using the same models, and even the models that we have here on Bolt are much more polished, fine-tuned to handle tasks like this, I have found the greatest luck with using this other Claude. So that's what we are going to do. We will wait for it to run, and it's creating 3 views. That's really good. Previously, when I made it so that everything is one under one. But when I'm making a PRD, I said it should have 3 views. And there should be an analytics view, there should be a calendar view, and there should be a Kanban board. The reason for that is I don't really like this setup, because when I'm using this, if I have to use this, I have to scroll all the way down and all the way up. Anyway, I'm not using these data visualizers when I'm using this, right? So it makes sense to create different views than having everything under one. So if I was to redo this entire thing, with the exact layout and everything, I would have given, the screenshots as well. But I wanted to show you the process of how I would do this. So in a way, we are using Claude to the restriction that you place. If you want your application to be really, when I say limited, I use the word limited in a sense that if you want this app, if for example Kanban board, if you want it to look like Trello, you can make it so. But in my opinion, that is too restrictive, and you are limiting your app in a sense that there is no room for creativity, for lack of a better word. But if you have something that you really love, like if some people love Trello, then you can take a screenshot of it and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And I guarantee you will get much better results in that way than doing this. And when you let AI come up with these other scenarios, other, views when you say, I want this, and based on this is us trying to get our image in the head that we have on to this app. So right out of the bat, I don't like two things. I don't like how it has the black background. And if you go to calendar view, I like this. I will take a screenshot of this. I like the calendar view and the new content button. When we click on this button, we see a bunch of fields, which is good. And now we have analytics view, futuristic data visualizers. I love how this, spider web kind of radar looks. Analytics view, amazing. So for board view, I will say something like ideas, outline, writing, design, filming, editing. Okay, so design. Okay, yeah, I am okay with that. So I will take a screenshot of these two things, and I go to my Claude project, and I will add these two screenshots here. And I would say something along the lines of, I like the calendar view background, how it has an actual background instead of the black background that we are displaying in the Kanban view. And the Kanban view, as you can see, do not have any arrows to navigate. And I want to display arrows. And also, the new content button in Kanban board is too long. It is at the far right, which is unreachable. So with minimal instruction, try to come up with a prompt that will achieve this. And again, as always, I will use my natural language to come up with a prompt that can do this. And Claude 4 Sonnet is usually fast if you don't have extended thinking on. But what I have realized is when you turn on extended thinking, the responses that you get is really nice. So background consistency, navigation arrows for Kanban, content button positioning, preserve keep all existing Kanban styling. And also I realized Kanban board, after 4 cards, the background is not consistent. I see a black background. Let's see if that is the case, and I will need to add, or okay, yeah, it's not black. So I don't want to add anything else. I will just go back and delete this part. I will copy this and come to Bolt and add it here. And once I do that, I am hoping Bolt will fix these issues. If that doesn't happen, there is a feature that I reuse all the time. This feature is called revert or rollback. And oftentimes when I try to make changes to something that's not, if Bolt did not get it right the first time, and I will try to prompt it one more time. But if it gets my vision way off, my instruction way off, I will just revert back and go from there. Because when I don't do that, it will just make things worse. I will be opening a lot of things that, for example, previous ideas doesn't have any thing to this side, but it's ridiculous that it's displaying a previous button. So things like that. This is way off than what I asked. So, and it did not add any scroll feature. So if arrow marks were too much, we can revert back and add scroll buttons instead. That's one way to go about it. It says it fixed the issues of create content button. should show up in the existing in a position that's different from earlier, and I have to see. Um, so this is great. This is the example of completely getting it wrong. So what I would do is I will take a screenshot of these two things and I will paste. This is what I call, you will be avoiding a lot of mistakes. You are reverting this anyway. So I would say something like, okay, it did not add the screenshots. I will add the screenshots. As you can see, the prompt that you suggested gave me a wrong output. I see a previous button where it's not needed. And when I scroll, and the only way to scroll is moving the card to the end. And when I scroll, I see a next button at the end, which doesn't make sense. And also, the new content button is all the way to the right. So the prompt that you have suggested did not work at all. So I want you to redo the original prompt to avoid these errors and look into the PRD file and in Kanban board on how we have implemented it for existing Infinity. So this prompt essentially shows if I were to go back and redo this, I won't be repeating same mistakes. And you might be wondering, is this how things going to be? Do I do this every time? No. This is only when I think it is way off. If it's only, let's say change the button and place the arrows right, and it just did not add the content button, reposition the content button, then I would ask AI, my previous prompt based on the PRD. Here's the corrected prompt that I just actual. Okay, good. This is good. So we need to do two things. We need to undo what we did. And to do that, click on undo button and we will revert back. And once we go back, we make sure there are no buttons here, right? And when we post the prompt, it says maintain existing functionality and implement proper Kanban scrolling, far right, remove incorrect elements. And if I see here, background consistency. So I went ahead and undid what I did in the previous prompt. So this new prompt should include background consistency as well and avoiding the previous mistakes. Just add background consistency to the existing prompt. I think we should be good then. So I don't want to confuse it too much either, because when we say, it already referred to my PRD, looked at what I want to see in a scroller, right? So here's fix the Kanban layout navigation issues. So this is the prompt that we should be using, not the one that we had earlier, because it doesn't have background consistency. So anytime you give instruction, make sure AI understands, because we are relying on Claude to understand this issue. And this is crucial that you only follow this at the beginning of the project, not too deep. When you go too deep, the chances are the Claude, the frontier model Claude, doesn't have the full context of the code base. It doesn't have access to, it doesn't know how this is connected to database. You have to give a lot of info, right? So sometimes that's why it's really important to create a project, and you can keep updating the project, not with the code base, but if when you are asking Bolt to make some changes, and you see the kind of files that it's editing, right? You add these two files in the chat. Say, hey, we need to update these two files, and I need this functionality. And sometimes that Claude will create outputs that are so much better than what Bolt is creating here. And I really think a lot of people have a hard time believing it. And as you can see, the new content button moved, which is much better than what we have previously. And I don't know how the scrolling uh, scrolling thing went. I don't see the change yet, but I'm hoping once we refresh, we'll see it. Okay, I don't see the scroll feature. Okay, let's go back. So since it changed two things and it had a hard time following the fourth instruction, I will come back here. Hey, I want you to redo the Kanban board. Give me a prompt for AI to redo the Kanban board with the existing elements, but following Trello as an inspiration. I really like the Trello Kanban board. So implement that functionality. So now that I said this, it will have a reference. If you have a screenshot, that's even better. It will understand Trello because Trello is such a well-known. It the probably have all the details that we need. Ideas, outline, design, filming, editing, published, drag and drop functionality, keep the existing real-time upgrades, clean whitish cards, platform badges on top right corner of each card. I love it. So it has the layout, structure, success criteria. Okay, based on your love for Trello design, this is something that needs to go into the prompt as well. So I will copy the whole thing and paste it. I have to delete a couple of things, which is this prompt will create this part needs to go, and the based on your love for Trello, this part needs to go. And now this is the prompt. And once I give this prompt, it will redesign the Kanban board. And this is how I've been building apps for a while now. You can only do so much to make it, especially if you are new to coding or don't know how to code yourself, you cannot just look at what's causing the issue. But this has been, when I follow this process, it will take a bit of time, but the output is definitely worth it because you can only do so much trying to fix the existing one. And right now, when you see errors like this, it is because it is in process of writing the code. Action card button, it is writing. But if it's trying to create another thing, it will do the same thing again. I really like how this is showing up, platform badges, and it indeed looks like Trello, but I still don't see the scroll functionality. So I would make things easier and I will ask it to create a scroll here. Create a scroll at the bottom of this section so I can scroll these, so I can see what's next for this. Something really simple, easy. Okay, I like it. And I really think the problem is the AI is thinking that it's one big page and there is no, overflow thing. Could you make the Kanban board view section window smaller and add a horizontal scroll at the end? I want the window not displaying more than 4 sections at a time. For example, ideas, outline, writing, design. If the user wants to see additional sections, they will have to scroll. And this is something tricky, and I want to make sure AI gets it right. One of the way that we do that is using a discuss button instead of instructing it to do this. Because when you instruct, just say, give a command, it will, okay, I think the user is asking this. Let's do that. The 18 seconds that it thought for, it referred to a bunch of things. And now it would say modify to make Kanban board display maximum 4 sections at a time with horizontal scrolling. You need to adjust container width, ensure the scrollable area is properly constrained. That is, we are not as sophisticated as this Bolt is to articulate that. When you don't know how to say things and you are not exactly sure that your instruction is clear, use discuss button. That's a hack that I've been using a lot these days, both with Bolt and Lovable, to kind of testing to make sure whether AI really understands what is happening, because that's what we wanted and that's what I wanted to see. And as you can see, it created a horizontal scroll for me. And I really like this. Perfect. Now we come to Bolt. It has the PRD, the database structure also. And again, if you want to learn how I create my database PRD and all these documents, you can join my group. But if you have, according to my database documents, what does each content piece should have in the database, I will need you to create a prompt for creating the SQL code. According to my database documents, what does each content piece need to have in the database? I will need you to create a prompt. That is enough. Now, the reason I'm doing it like this instead of doing everything from scratch is I know what I want. So at this point, you have two choices. You can either go with my plan, you can read the PRD documents, but as you can see, content pieces table these are what I wanted: title, platform, user ID, stage, which stage of the content it's in, order, position within the stage, and optional content fields: outline, hook, attention value, will share, date, and media and resources, a video URL, thumbnail URL, gamma URL, gamma PDF URL, school post, email content, lead magnets, ID, created at, updated at. So when I created this add a card, it already has a bunch of things listed, right? Now, content details section, it has it really created both the front end and back end things. And also, if we lead magnet, manager component, dynamic array, add or multiple variables, validation for, okay, this is really good. I will it is for some reason missing some of the markdown things. And I will come here to the Bolt app here, and I feel like Lovable will have a much better and easier time to work with this. Implement a comprehensive for the content editing, database schema compliance. We have all of these. And Bolt is notorious for the fact when you give more than 3 to 5 instructions at a time, it will miss a lot of things. Now, I don't want to say this is true because that was said when it was using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And then Claude 3.7 Sonnet was out. It was much better. And now Claude 4 is out. It is so much better. And it will eventually get better. And now, oftentimes, when I do even 8 or 9 instructions, it doesn't matter. It will still do it. That is why I'm not restricting too much in this way of prompting. But if that is the case, there will be a guideline that I would be adding to this project. Any prompt that you give must be less than 3 instructions per prompt. If you want to give more instruction, it has to be a different prompt. If you want to do that, say prompt 1, use this, prompt 2, prompt 3, because we should not be missing any context. Right now, I think that is happening. And I also, when I set this project up, I did not use something that I would almost with every project that I do, I will say something like divide this app into components and multiple subcomponents for better maintainability. That single line has saved me millions of tokens. I'm not even exaggerating because if you look at this content model, it has I will open it to show you the number of lines it has. It has what? 650 lines. It has gotten huge. And if I have to rewrite even the simplest things, it will redo the whole thing and, rewrite everything, which is a bunch of, waste of tokens. But if we are dividing this into components and subcomponents, and within this content model, it will try and divide this into 4 different parts instead of just writing this as one file. So each one would be maybe around 200 because we are dividing an existing large one into small one. You have to import few things and export few things or whatnot. Even with all of that, it doesn't go over 200. So probably it would end up at 180, even 170 or so. That is way better. If you want to rewrite those aspects, it will take much less time and much lower amount of tokens. And that's what I'm going to do moving forward. It says it has done this, how it works when you create a new content piece. Asking for title, platform. It is asking for all these 5 platforms. Publish date, hook, URL. I really like the UI. Lead magnets, adding a lead magnet, good. Now I will say it has definitely missed some things. I asked for, we should be able to save these content pieces to our Superbase. So give me a migration file that I should run. And are we missing something is the question. And yeah, I said divide this app into components and subcomponents. That is okay for now. When we are building further sections, I will make sure to do that. So we should be able to save these content pieces to our Superbase. So give me a migration file I should run. And also when we are doing this, we should remind Bolt that you are displaying placeholder data, that you shouldn't be displaying this. Because when I try and click this, nothing happens. It doesn't work. And once you finish this migration file, now we have an option to either improve this UI wise, or if you want to, let's say, build the alert systems, because that's where the magic is. That's where, just tracking your content pieces is only, 10-20% of the value. But whenever your content piece moves, whenever something, um, you know, at every stage, if you want to, um, right now we are using placeholder data. I want to use actual data in my content command center according to the content that we have created from the front end. So before I do that, I will see if the database migration worked properly. And one way to check it is you can go to Infinitum, go to Superbase, and you will see a table editor. When you go to table editor, content pieces, and it has all the fields that we have, all the fields that we wanted to create. And I will run this test quickly. Content title, Infinity YouTube video, content system. So publish date, I would say, let's say in 2 days, I will share this. Opening, single workflow automations are obsolete. You should be building AI systems. Let's start with intro and demonstrate the app, and then build step by step every function in the video. Key value and message, we say main takeaway is building the application, a complete AI system. And video URL, I will just use any video that I see first. Okay, Nixarev. Let's use this for placeholders. Okay, come back, paste the video, gamma presentation. I don't want it to be another thing. This is a demo text. This is a demo email. And lead magnet 1. And I use the same thing, and I will create Infinity Content System. This is amazing. And right now we are using placeholder. We are displaying placeholder data. I want to use actual data in my content command center according to the content pieces. I don't know why I said that. Content command center. Essentially, we need to display the entries that we have in our content underscore pieces table. So this is a straightforward instruction. I don't have to worry about, am I doing it right? So now we have to check whether this board view is connected to actual calendar view and analytics view. And use content pieces. Good. It's writing a new file. Obviously, it has to be a new file. It's services, content service. Now I might have jumped the gun there a little bit. I should have added a refactor, but I don't want to at this point because it is taking so long already. We have spent quite a bit of time on Command Center. We also have a bunch of other things, much more exciting systems, and we still have to show you the simple make scenario. The make scenario that we currently have is really big, and you will get this template for free, even in my free school. But I want to show you how I would build this on a smaller scale. Um, you can just import it and add your own channels, add your own messages. But I will show you on your Discord channel testing, sending DM to one person and notifying the team, notifying channel about the status. So I will show you two things actually. And what else do we have? If we go to my Bolt, right now it doesn't show anything. And that is weird because maybe we haven't set it up so that we save any existing pieces. I see the content pieces are empty, and I am starting to realize it now. And let's create new content. And this content is Infinity Content System. And the date is 2nd July. We'll share one workflow automations are obsolete. You need to create AI systems. Intro, demo of the app, build each component of the app in sequence, and AI systems win. And we have our Dixerev's post, school post content. This is a demo text. This is a demo email. And I will add the lead magnet 1, magnet 1, and save and move to next stage. Now, create content. Please enter URL. Okay. Create content. Now, this is what I'm expecting. It says failed to save content, could not find due date column of content pieces in database schema, attempt fix. Now, previously, when I tried to save this content piece, it is just, it has just created a placeholder text or maybe saved it temporarily. And for a second, I thought it worked perfectly, but it rarely works perfectly. So you have to be, in our next application and that we are going to do in few days, I will show you how to build an actual CRM that will have proper authentication, role-based access system and everything. For this system, since we are starting one at a time, I didn't want to complicate it. So I only created one user group. So every user can see every other user content, or just assume this is only one user. So all the row level security that we have is letting user see their own content, not everyone else's. But imagine if you are building this for a team, you have roles, you have admins, you have a bunch of other people using this app. So instead of seeing their own version of the app, they should be all seeing everything. And if you want to add something that's personal for only admins can use, so that way you'll have to pay a lot of attention for this next video where we learn role-based access systems, role-based access control built into these systems. And this proves my point as to why dividing the app into components and subcomponents is really, really valuable. Because when I think this is the final time we have to do it. Infinity Content Systems. Production due date, publication date. We'll share single automation workflows are obsolete. AI systems is the way to go. This is a test. This is a demo text. Okay. We have the URL. Paste the URL, paste the URL. This is a school post. This is a newsletter content. Magnet 1. Perfect. It has created one idea, and I will make sure it has created an idea here. Perfect. And now we can come here, and if you want to change the card in any way, make the content card slightly bigger and display at least 4 other things like publication date and other details, maybe the hook or value, and add hover animations. So when I go to the content card, it glows red for YouTube, blue for LinkedIn. Make the content command center Kanban board visually pleasing and divide this code into components and multiple subcomponents for better maintainability. And in the calendar view, Infinity Content System showed up, which is good. This shows it actually is connected to our system. And analytics view also, it has one idea, one in idea and one in YouTube. So it is working perfectly. So just like that, if you have to build something like this in real world, it takes a lot of time, as you know. And also, if you feel like you're missing out, not really. This is what the app actually looks like, which is, looks small on the surface, but you can change. Instead of asking for 4, you can ask for what? 6, right? And the project 1460, it is, we'll work on that. But board view, calendar view, analytics view. So calendar view, I think it is, when we go to calendar view, I want to make sure of something. I like the calendar view, how it, flexes or adjusts for this view. Okay, don't have to worry about it now. Let's implement this to show you how I would come up with these visual improvements that I like. I would only do that once I'm satisfied with what I'm, functionality wise. So anytime I am working on this, I will see, okay, this is the card that is working, and it when I view details, I can see all the details, and it's when I save it, it's actually the saving to the database. Only then I would worry about making it visually pleasing. But something that's broken doesn't needs. It doesn't matter if it looks good or not, if it doesn't work, right? So the Trello card, this looks amazing, and single workflow automations are obsolete. AI systems are way to go. And it actually made these cool looking emojis for ideas. It added this bulb. It added a pencil. Adding a car for writing, it actually did the writing part. And I think the reason it is happening, it is creating new files, which is good. And instead of trying to cramp everything in one big file, making it huge, like 700 lines, 600 lines, it is trying to break everything up into smaller, more manageable things. And I want to make sure we still have the scroll, which is good. And also, I think it's something simple fix. When I see errors like this, they used to scare me a lot, but not anymore, because if you see a bunch of errors, if you see 8 errors, 9 errors, maybe that's a red flag. And if it's only just one error and it's only missing this simple syntax, it doesn't have, it shouldn't start with this or it shouldn't end with this. When you have something like that, it's relatively easy to fix. I would just ask Bolt to fix it and it's done. It would not even take this much because index.css, if you open this file, it's only 200 maybe lines long, less than 200 actually. So let's go back to preview and content center. I like how it's moving. Okay. I liked how it moved earlier, where I was able to, it was in my hand. For those of you who don't know what that means, the card was within the reach. So I don't want to fix it to, I don't want it to be too crazy. So we can view when I hold the card and move it through the section, it is not with the pointer, it's moving too much. Let's fix that. And also when the user clicks on the card, it should open the content model. Yeah. So again, I don't want to spend too much time. I was saying that. And if it doesn't fix it, we can always roll back because we like when things were simple, right? Instead of saying, okay, make it visually pleasing, do a bunch of things for me, you can start small and go from there. I can show you the rollback and go to the place where it was working perfectly for when we are moving between these sections. But I don't think that's super relevant or important for moving forward. So with that in mind, I will go to the next step, which is actually building this make automation. You can, like I said, use this as is. We have all for every section, we have notifying the channel about the status. And then when you open it, you have all of these, new content piece, node progress update, title, content date, moved from this stage to this stage, plan date, platform, hook, outline, why it's worth attention. Card is now in this stage, time to start working on thumbnail, gamma slides if required. So every step has a different action. If it's why is the card is now in this stage, time to work on thumbnail. I think I already read that. Script and design are ready, time to record the raw video. And then raw video is ready. Okay, I need to move these things. And now the card is in this stage. Please start video editing, finalize thumbnail if needed. And notify card is in now publish stage. Please upload to the right platforms and follow the SOP. And we will message the editor. This is actually not message the editor, message the admin. Okay. This is supposed to be message the editor. Please begin editing the video. Thumbnail if it wasn't done in this. And raw video is we have the video URL and the thumbnail is in this. And then let's go back to Bolt, see where we are at with the content center. It still haven't fixed it. I realize it has done one thing we asked. In order to fix the other thing, you will have to, either be creative, prompt it right, or you can go back and, see how you can fix it. Those are the two ways. And now I will come here in scenarios and I will create a scenario. And then I will add the webhooks and I will do a custom webhook. And in this webhook, I will add a new webhook and I will call this content command center webhook and I will save it. Once you copy this address, let's click on save and run this module only. And I will come to this bold. Whenever we change the stage of a content piece in our Kanban board, I want you to send all the info that you have in the content piece table and the user profile table and the stage change from ideas to outline, outline to writing, whatever the stage change is, to this webhook. Again, I did not do anything crazy. I just used my natural language, what needs to happen, and added the webhook. This is the magic of AI driven or webhook driven functionality. Because in order to pull off something like this, I have to know Superbase edge functions. If I don't know, how to use webhooks, I need to use Superbase edge functions and write API integrations with Discord. I have to write API integrations with OpenAI if I want to, some kind of post processing. If I am just triggering this webhook, whatever I need to make happen, any other steps, 100 steps for all we care, we can do that on make. And now the make automation is done. So let's see if it's working. I moved it to writing and that should trigger our webhook. I think it stopped running, run this module only, use existing data. And it has given me user profile with user email, content piece, and stage is writing. And stage change is from outline to writing. And I have every information that I need. The good practice is if you don't see everything that you need is prompt it to, okay, I haven't received this. What are we doing? Can you resend it? Also, good practice is renaming your scenarios, command center alerts. And now I want to show you how I added a filter. We need to add a router first because it is different stages. We have 7 different stage changes from idea to this, this to this. So 7 different flows. But how does filters work? I will show you, for example, flow control and router. When I set up a filter, I would say condition is from, state change, state change from equal to case insensitive outline and from outline to equal to case insensitive writing. This is huge. This is really important just because you have 2 types of design. Whichever stage it came from, if it's end up in writing, then you need to do this. But we oftentimes move this as we please. Anytime we do a stage change, it will trigger. So accidentally, if a user comes here and, writing, they went back to idea. And if the filter is not right, it will trigger this. And that is what happened if we look at run this once and use existing data. It ran and there is nothing else to run. But when you look at state change, it went from writing to idea. But in real world, writing to idea, it doesn't go backwards, right? So that's why filters need to be foolproof. And your from and to needs to be solid. So I hope that made sense. And now we want to do a Discord. If you use Slack, you can use Slack. If you want to use WhatsApp, you can use WhatsApp. If you want to use Telegram, you can use Telegram. Whichever application you use, you change it here. Wherever you want to get your alerts, you can. And now we have send a message. And send a message to a channel. There are two ways to send. You can send a message to channel and channel ID. If you don't have a connection, you just need to log in with your Discord and connection is done. For channel ID, you can then select channel ID. For example, if we want to select dev testing as the channel and I want to use something like from this progress update, I want to make sure we have all these intact. Obviously, we don't. Content title looks different. Content title is title, and planned date is the date, and platform is platform, and hook is hook. Outline is outline. Why is it worth attention? Attention value, stage change to. So this is good. And there are other ways to use Discord. And I will show you what the value is in using that. There are two ways to send messages. And if you look at the content testing, where is that? Okay, dev testing, I believe. If you go to dev testing, content progress update. And this is what when we moved from outline to writing, this is, as you can see, if you want to get these amazing looking, images and some content progress updates, card is in writing, script or post developed from this, publish, please upload prompt. As you can see, it has all the details. And progress updates were tested. So a lot of testing there. You can either add these custom things. How to add custom things? You come here, edit channel, whichever channel you wanted to have on integrations, and go to webhooks, and you can create a new webhook. And this webhook, you can add image to this. I will just add my logo to where is my logo? It's in desktop. If I go to logo and paste the logo that we have, it shows up. I will say command center alerts. And there is an option to change the channel also. Whichever channel you want messages go to, you can copy the webhook URL, save changes. And once you copy the webhook URL, you will need to add that to this. It's really easy. I want to show you how you can do that. Like, it's nothing. HTTP, make a request, and in the make a request, I will add the webhook URL and post request. And for the headers, let me look at that. Headers, no headers. Body type is application X form URL encoded. No headers. And body type application and fields. I think it's value. Value and okay. I think key is content. Yeah. Let me copy this content. Content, and the value is, I will just copy the entire thing from here, and I want to show you how it would show up when you do your own logo and when you do it normally. And then on Discord, I will also send a message to channel ID, send a message to a guild member. Sometimes you'll have to message the editor. Sometimes you have to message an admin. Sometimes you have to message yourself that This is ready, but your task is now. And to search for guild members, you just need to add their username here and search guild members. And the query is their username. And where do you find username? It's really easy. You don't have to enter here before search, by the way. When you come here, this is my user ID. I will search with this user ID to find my user ID. And for the message is, hey, content stage changed. You need to do your thing. Obviously, this is not what we have. We are giving you actual templates that we use. So you can watch it or read it for yourself. I will delete this module because we don't need it, and I will auto align. I will save it and I will run this once. So right now the filter is set from the first stage, from writing to from outline to writing, was it? Let's see, from outline to writing. First, I will share this here and it will not run, or it will run, but it doesn't go through the filter, which is good. I will run once. And if I go back, and outline to writing is what we set up the filter for, and it has sent a bunch of messages. And first one, when we use our Discord, this is what it says, Integramat app. But if you want to use our custom logo and custom app, I've also shown you that. And you will receive an email saying, hey, this is content stage has changed. You need to do your thing. Just like that, you have built a complete alert system on the content command center. So you can build a bunch of other things if you want and when you want for each stage. I won't be covering each stage. You will receive templates and you can work on it on your own. That will conclude our first part, the content command center part of the presentation. And you already seen the real world impact and how we have the Kanban board workflow, content calendar, advanced content editor, data visualization. So if you want to, let's say in calendar view, want to see this in a different color, in red and blue for LinkedIn, you can do all of that. For June 29, we don't have any, but when we go to next month and select this, oh, okay, I think this is by default showing the today thing, but you should be able to, improve it further as you know. Okay, the next part is this is the command center that we currently have, and these are the team alerts and for DM state changes that we are doing. And this is the presentation. You can download the template also. And now we are at Project 1460, the 4-year mastery system. This is your daily growth accountability machine. So this is what I have made: metrics to display daily, and progress calendar to show me how I'm doing, and growth analytics, visualize growth trajectories, compare your platform performance, and calculate, how many followers do you have each day. And latest numbers bar chart. There are two ways to do this. One is using analytics, but I have built this to be my accountability thing. So I have to post on these platforms and make a record of, okay, I have this many followers, this many followers. That's my way of keeping me accountable. Or I can trigger a phone call that will call me at 9 p.m. each morning or evening, will ask me, hey, did you finish the task that you said you're going to do? And this assistant, I will actually show you the actual assistants that we built. The accountability assistant will do a call, Infinity Systems. accountability assistant, as soon as it's a 9, it will call you asking, hey, today is day 3. Where are you with your, have you finished all the tasks? Yes. Okay, I want to ask you quickly, who are all, how many followers do you have here, and there? And once you answer those questions, it will go to a transcript. Claude will create how many members are in school, LinkedIn, Instagram, X, YouTube, and for these are YouTube Shorts metrics. It will then populate everything. So there is a much better way, cleaner way of doing this, but I want it to be, I saying it instead of, just Infinity pulling stats from an API, analytics from API. I wanted to have a human element, and I want to see for myself how many days I have done this and how many content that I posted everywhere. And if I don't do this manually, I will have to call in or answer when the AI calls. I'm really excited. It wouldn't take too much. It should be much faster than what we did here. Without further ado, let's get started. To get this prompt, I will come here. Now I'm working on project 1460. I want you to go through the prompt and give me a prompt that I should run on the front end. When I really think about it, it is not bad at all. The current setup that I have, if I go to project 1460, I see a calendar, I see latest numbers, and when I have to publish this, I have to go to everything and click save daily progress, and it will be saved. For some reason, I always found it to be tedious and long. You don't have to click the submit button 8 times. That's not what we're doing. But I really like it. I really like this new approach. So the only addition that this has that doesn't have is the project 1460 will actually ask you for just the number of videos that you posted that day, and you can just save it. So instead of doing it this many times, I think it's actually better. This Bolt has simplified a lot of things for us. Let's say I don't want to run this prompt at all now because, yeah, complete missing daily progress history table. Create, okay, a database schema integration. It gave me a bunch of things. I really want to try how this goes and then go back from there. If I don't like something that it's creating, I will revert it anyway. So this is a good way to see because it also has the database thing. I want to see how it goes. I will now click enter and see what Bolt comes up with. And again, it is once we run this database, it will probably ask us to, okay, it is creating additional files. That is good. Again, I forgot to add the part where we say create components and multiple subcomponents for better maintainability. And for those of you who are not interested in this project 1460 and want to move forward on another section like building more important things like YouTube systems, LinkedIn systems, feel free to jump forward. And in the meanwhile, I will show you quickly the retail AI setup that we have. Again, retail AI is the phone system that we are using. And the reason we are using this is sometimes we don't want to, we don't feel like doing things manually. We don't want to enter all the details ourselves. And, if that is the case, you will just have to answer AI a few questions and it will update it for you. So project 1460 is already linked to a phone number. Is you are a dedicated accountability partner and progress tracker for 1460. And daily check-in, good evening, money. This is your project 1460 check-in. Today is X is an increment function that will, and the scenario itself is really simple. I just added an increment function and made it run every day at 9 p.m. So every day, 9 p.m. Pacific time, this will run and automatically increments a number every single day. And this is also really simple. You are copying the API key. Where do you find the API key in retail? If you come here and click on keys, you will have your API key. And once you paste your API key, you would be able to connect this. And creating voice AI is one of the simplest things that you can do. I just bought the phone number that I can find on this retail, or you can connect it with Twilio. It is a simple process. And I gave you three things: the prompt for voice AI that you can use, or if you want, you can just import the entire template. You don't even have to worry about writing this prompt yourself or setting all the, all of this additional stuff. And webhook settings is currently set to my webhook, which you shouldn't be using. You should have your own webhook. This is the only thing that you would add. And for the functions, if you just click on end call function. And this is the prompt that I'm using. It will ask me how many followers do I have for school. And I gotten so used to this. Now these days, I would, as soon as we answer the call, I say, hey, on YouTube, I have this many followers. And for school, I have this, LinkedIn this, Instagram this. I wouldn't even wait for it to ask all the questions. And it takes less than 20 seconds for me to complete the whole thing. And that's it. Once we are done, it will send an end of the call report. And how is that end of the call report set? It is called accountability report, which will take this, and I will send this entire. You have to make sure it's call analyzed. There are three types of events in retail AI that goes through this. First is call started, and second is call ended, and finally call analyzed. You only have to send call analyzed through this. If you are sending every time, you're just wasting your runs, and you are trying to update these things without without the right values. Okay, now that we discussed how this was set up and what you need to do. The accountability report is one of the simplest things that we can build. Webhook, you already seen me create a webhook, and the filter is event call analyzed, and this is Claude, where the prompt that I used is the exact extract the following details from project 1460 and check-in transcript output as valid JSON only. And I will give it an example output for the call transcript. And once we have that, we need to create a row using this function. The infinity connection is if I have to create a row on my Superbase, the one that I created will have to create a new, let's see what it's done with what it has done with the project 1460. And I will show you because we have other things that we will write this Superbase functions on. I don't think accountability is super important right now. This looks amazing. Completion rate, current streak, best streak, days tracked, completed days, progress. Perfect. Okay. Now, is this the submit button? Number of long form videos. One. Okay. I would say something like we have 6 different boxes. I'm okay with that. But let's have a one save button instead of 6. users can enter all of the details and save everything at once. And with that said, I want the AI to understand what I'm referring to. So I'm just adding the screenshot to this. And with that, my project 1460 is ready. So a number of subscribers has to, there is a reason why I did what I did. You can probably get analytics if you want from YouTube and Instagram fairly easily, and even Twitter. LinkedIn is a bit tricky with what they have for business pages and individual pages. And it's already changing few things, which is good. I like the visualizers and today's entry, calendar, good. What do we have? YouTube. Okay. How many days? Analytic. Perfect. Latest numbers. 90 days history. Progress history. Wow. I don't even remember asking for all of this, but it has done a wonderful job. Imagine, your clients using Airtable and this. It's night and day, the difference. I mean, so it's amazing what we have. Now, it is writing this, and like I said, I won't be covering this in detail. We have how to update this in the future sections also. I will probably cover that there. For the accountability report, you will still get this make template. So if you want to use this, you can go ahead and use it. And I'm more interested in AI news summary, latest news, so LinkedIn posts, and all of this, because that's much more valuable than what we are talking about now. So let's see how it is now. Let's see. 111, let's say 12,000. And school, 8,300. LinkedIn number of posts, 2. Follower count, 2,900. Instagram, 2 posts. Followers, 3,000. Twitter, 2 posts and 3,000. Email, 12,000. And once I click on save all metrics, completion rate 1 of 1 days, days tracked 1, completed days, progress 1, 1459 days remaining. That's awesome. If we go to history, analytics, I can see my YouTube metrics, I can see the line. So when, 7-day tracking, 30-day tracking, 90-day tracking, 1-year tracking is not working, obviously. So you'll have to, maybe it does. Again, let's see. 30 days, 7 days, past 7 days, past 30 days, it's working perfectly. And current subscriber counts. This is awesome. I mean, at least I find it awesome. And next up, we have, once we are done with this build, accountability report, you'll get that. Next is YouTube systems, which is huge. We will be building video analyzer, chapters generator, and comment scraper. And comment scraper and video analyzer combined gained me, made 2 videos based off of that and gotten 100K as a result. I will even show you the proof. And I am so excited for this workflow. The first system under YouTube systems is Video Analyzer. And it has AI-powered content insights, performance prediction, and topic optimization. Let's see, this is the Video Analyzer. For getting the video transcript, we will be using a tool called Dumpling. And for the first month, you can get 20% off when you use this code. I have been using it for a while now. I'm still using their free plan, so you should be able to do that too. And Dumpling AI, the prompt that I have used in here is also listed, and the template for this is also written here. So if I open this blueprint, obviously we'll see a JSON file, but I want to discuss what we have within this prompt a little bit before we start building the actual system. So we are analyzing the YouTube video transcript and generating a comprehensive 3-part analysis tailored specifically for AI automation consulting and content creation strategies. Output the result as a complete HTML document with a professional styling. And there is a reason for why we are asking for HTML document, because the output that we generated needs to be displayed, visually pleasing, so that we will actually, or the users will actually want to read it. Yes, we can still copy the text alone from this HTML, that we can set it up, but on the surface, if it's looking good, when you read it, the chances are you will use it. So let me show you what I did for this video analyzer. This is not a deployed website. That's why you are not seeing the actual thumbnail images, but AI automation insight analysis, and it will explain why this video performed better, and it will give us a strategy, what the critical gap in this content strategy is, and it will also give us how much we can improve this further. And this is a YouTube, growth or a brand veteran analysis where AI enhanced title suggestions, it will give us, what we should be calling it, and we will ask it will also suggest hooks and engagement automation, viral systemization. So a bunch of things that we can use. Also, this prompt is not perfect. We can either copy HTML and copy text based on what we need. And the great part about this, what I really like and enjoy in this, is it's so easy to read. And at a glance, you can get a ton of, I can quickly glance critical gap, hook I need to be using, and the improvement points. You might be looking for something else completely differently from these 3 prompts. You might be running. So whatever insights you want to extract, that is important. You have to change this prompt to match that. This is made for me, an AI agency and a content creator. How can I look at these videos and extract the best? What are the best aspects that made this a win, an outlier video, a banger video, and then try to reverse engineer or try to come up with strategies that can outperform this. And this is only one part of the equation, maybe 20%. 80% of the ideas that I generate is from the other, tool, other mini system that we have within this YouTube system, which is comment analyzer. So first let us build this step by step. It's super easy. One of the easiest that we can build. I will go to my prompt, and if you don't have access to this, so I don't want to run to my Claude project whenever I need something. So I want to show you how we can, if you don't even have a PRD, you can explain this to, or you can enhance the prompt anyway. You can do it on Bolt too, because that is, you are always, you don't always have YouTube systems, right? Or a PRD file. When I don't have that, I will create something like this. Let's create another item in the sidebar, YouTube systems. And the main page of YouTube systems have 3 tools. And these 3 tools are YouTube Video Analyzer, YouTube Comment Scraper, and YouTube Chapters Generator. So there are 2 ways you can do this. Some people prefer to have one menu item, submenu item on the sidebar. And within that, 3 sub-menu items. They want to have one main menu item and 3 sub-menu items. What I prefer to do is for systems. For CRM, we do it having, one nested in the other, like a proper sub. But for this, we want to create tabs. We want to create cards within one menu item. So at the end of the day, it becomes your preference. And also, if I rely on Claude, I'm 100% sure I can come up with really good outputs that you have seen with Project 1460 and Kanban board. But if you are interested, I can build the whole application that way without using the PRD file and the database file, which will take longer than expected. But if you want something like that, comment down below. I want you to give a taste of how if I don't have anything. These days, I don't do anything without the PRD, without the cloud project, with all the database item, UI, UX already figured out. If I don't have it, I will generate it first and then work on this. But occasionally, or what I used to do is I didn't have any of it. I will just come here and prompt and see what kind of an output that I would get. I will try to bring my vision to life, right? So it also works most times. Don't get me wrong, it will. But for the next 2 systems, which is the comment scraper and the chapter generator, I will not do this way, or maybe we can, it doesn't matter. It might take slightly longer than expected. So if it's taking too much time, I will stop speaking and wait for it to finish running and then continue from there. It actually finished generating, and if we open our YouTube systems, I see 3 cards here. Okay, this is new. I haven't expecting this part. More tools are coming soon, and if we open full screen and go to YouTube systems, video analyzer, comment scraper, chapters generator. Perfect. Video analyzer is what we are building now. So when they click it, they see a video URL. And it's asking for an analyze button. Back to tools and YouTube systems. Perfect. I like it. And now I will prompt it to let's build our video analyzer page. Once the user submits the video analyzer, so what do you want it to happen? If we look at what I did for my previous system, I have a video URL and then we are showing an embed screen of the URL and make it 2 rows, and 1 row is where we paste the URL and the other column, not 2 rows, not the right word, divide it to 2 columns. 1 column we paste the video URL, so it doesn't have to be 2 columns now, because this taking up the whole thing. We can it doesn't matter, the UI improvements we can do it, but let's set up our scenarios where if we create a new scenario, and in this new scenario, what do we need to add? We need to add a webhook and custom webhook. And this webhook is YouTube analysis. And now copy address to clipboard. I will use my creativity here a little bit. Let's have two rows. First row, section 1 has two columns. In one column, we ask the user to enter the URL and have a submit button. In the second column, we display the embed. As soon as the user pastes that URL, we fetch that YouTube video and show them in this adjacent section, second column. And the row below that, the section below that is analysis history. We show all the previous video analysis generation here. And when the user submits the URL, you need to send this URL to this webhook. And I pasted the webhook. And in the line below, I would say something like, you should be showing a loading screen that analysis is going on until you receive a webhook response. The webhook response that you are going to receive is a HTML file. You should display that HTML file as the analysis. And this HTML viewer should have two buttons, copy text and copy HTML. So this is a lot of instruction, and it is in a length that I feel like Bolt is capable of handling at this point, especially with Claude 4. So it's not an issue at all. It will write the files and it will take a bit of time. We don't have to wait for it to finish running. We can complete the other part that we have, which is Dumpling AI. If you don't have an account on Dumpling AI, you can use this to create one. Click on this link and sign up. And once you sign up, you should be able to create an account with it. Or maybe I think okay, agency content ID is perfect. 30-day money back guarantee. Oh, why is it monthly, cancel or upgrade anytime? It doesn't let me move forward, was it? Yeah, it did. So you get 250 credits, which is a lot of credits. I mean, I think you can run up to 125 videos, really big videos, 2 credits a video or something. I will create make API key. And once we have this API key, I will copy this and come back here and search for Dumpling AI. Dumpling there are a bunch of, things Dumpling can do. But for our example, we just need YouTube. Get YouTube transcript is what we need. And I already have a connection. New connection. Yeah, good. I like it. Neo is new. Paste. I've pasted the key and done. Now it's asking for video URL. And timestamps to combine, if it's 0, you will get the entire transcript. If you add some numbers here, it will combine the timestamps and you will start losing some context. If you I mean, it depends on your use case, whether you want to keep it 0, use the entire transcript, or you want to keep it, use it combined. Because I want full context, I will keep this as 0. And to make sure this is working, you can, use one of the videos. You can come here to dumpling and paste the YouTube video and run this module only, because this is already, I've already added the URL. It is running by itself. And I just wanted to show you how much it would cost to, maybe transcribe a 30-minute video. Let's see what's happening with Bolt. It finished doing its thing, obviously, and it shows the video analyzer. And when we paste this video, it shows YouTube refused to connect. The chances are it worked. It is working as intended, but you would only be able to see it once you deploy it. So I will show you that it's working. And I know it might be confusing jumping through these. I will definitely minimize that as much as possible. It's just I didn't want to keep waiting, if you will. So it will ask us to resubmit each time. So I will save this password. Testing. I have this testing really bad password that I use for all my examples. We will be using that here as well. Paste, save. Okay, sign in. And now when we go to YouTube systems and video analyzer, okay, that's the bad password we are talking about. I was supposed to copy this and go here, paste, you see the URL. And you see how clean this is, how, I really like this UI. And now it is not really saving this anywhere, right? So Bolt, I would ask, we need to start saving the videos that we analyzed from YouTube systems. So when we send data through this webhook and receive a webhook response, we need to save the video URL with the analysis. Let's create a table in our Superbase. And now, just like that, it will give me a SQL migration file. Mind you, I am not going to my usual Claude project because that has already my database set. And I am now guessing, which is bad. And there is, even when you do things the bad way, you should be able to get a realistic or really good outputs. That's what the takeaway here. And it is rewriting some of the components. So there are two ways to update the database. One is updating it from make.com, which is another example that we would see once we are building our LinkedIn systems. But for now, I want you to use the easy way. What is the easy way? We will make Bolt to, when we send back the webhook response, Bolt will write a code that will save itself. So that is one of the easiest and hacky ways of doing things, as opposed to, completing completing or adding a new row to Superbase yourself. So I will analyze this video. When I analyze this video, failed to get, cannot read properties, undefined. This is weird. Let's see if its video is getting through first, and then we can try with a different approach, which is, okay, let's go to Bolt. Maybe I did not analysis in progress. Okay, this is weird. I did not expect. Okay, video URL is here. And instead of this, now that we run this, I will use the actual video URL and timestamps to combine 0, preferred language English. And then we have Claude, Anthropic Claude, create a prompt. Getting Anthropic Claude key is really easy. Go to Anthropic Claude, go to settings, and you will see the key. Model, I will use Claude Sonnet 4. Max tokens, maybe 8,000. I don't want it to limit. I want it to create beautiful looking HTML. So user and content, type text, and the text is, let's copy the prompt that I was showing you earlier. The prompt available here. Copy the entire thing. HTML template to use. Where is the HTML template to use? I will update this prompt, and I'm sure I messed it up there because HTML template to use, I have the huge HTML doc and it missed the entire thing. Okay, I will copy this and come back to my integration here, paste it, and we need to give the transcript, right? So transcript is, let's delete this, and this is the transcript that it should get. And webhook response is the text response. Let's save this and save the line. I don't know why it's huge. Once save it, let's refresh it. I finally figured out what the issue was, and I'm will fast forward this because the only thing that you need to change apparently is timestamps to combine as 1, and it works. Okay, let me turn this on so we don't have to keep running it once. And let's go with the original video that we liked of Leah Motley, which I want to probably want to learn what made it so special because it is an outlier video, right? So in order to do that, we will copy this URL right here, copy, and come back to our application that we are building in YouTube Systems, YouTube Analyzer. It is still, we can delete it later, analyze video. Now it should not try to combine, it won't be weird, and I promise, yes, if we look at the transcript, it will be out of business very soon. I figured out how to use Claude 3.7 to generate pretty much any kind of automation. 3.7, imagine 4 and 5. That's crazy where we are heading. And now, once we are done with that, now the Claude is generating the HTML. And once the HTML is done, it will come back here to Bolt and update it. Now we'll have an updated script. Once we open this analysis, we would be able to see all the analysis data where we can read about the video. Since this HTML is really long and we are using one of the latest models out there, it might take a minute, but I do have to show you sometimes these simplest of things. I think we have been troubleshooting this for over 10 minutes. And for this time, I'm going to leave this as is because I want to show you the process, of me, when I lose things. What do? I went to Claude and asked for, okay, explain what this error is. And then I asked the same thing with another AI. And how did I figure it out? Is, I just went to my old one, old, my previous generation, and tried to run this because I thought for a second it's a dumpling issue. But that's not the case. Okay, it is done. When we go back, it is still saying analysis in progress. And I believe this is referring to this video. And if it's indeed referring to that video, once we see 3 boring automation, when we delete this row, it should stop saying that it's loading. And I hope it's gone now. Oh, it still is. Okay, SEO score. And if I go to my Infinity, video ID, video thumbnail, analysis, HTML. Now I would come here to Bolt. When the user clicks on a video card in the analysis history, we need to open the HTML that we are saving to the table, HTML analysis. We are not doing that. And do not show any video analysis report placeholder data. When the analysis is complete, once you receive the webhook response, you need to be displaying the HTML web response in the screen. And so 2 things we want to make happen are, once this runs, you need to be showing the report, actual report, not this placeholder report. And we also have this analysis HTML details here, written here, but it's not displaying accurately. And I hope this one single prompt that we did is going to fix it. But if it doesn't fix it, we'll have to try a different approach. And I am liking this application so far, how it turned out, even when we don't use a tool like Claude to write our prompts. Claude project, that I mean. And next up, once we finish with the video analyzer, we need to create one for video YouTube comment scraper. I will try to speed run through it because we'll be using a tool called Appify, removed HTML, placeholder data, which is good, enhanced UX, webhook integration. So I'll wait for the refresh. And now once we open Analyzer and open this, it is still displaying the dummy data. I will copy this and I will copy. This is YouTube analysis. When the user clicks on a video in our analysis history, we need to be showing them the contents of this cell in a HTML viewer. Currently, we are displaying a placeholder data. I'll undo this, analysis HTML. In our YouTube _ analysis table in Superbase. So this is the second time I'm asking this. And I'm not sure why it missed this. That's why I will use discuss, because I want Bolt to think. I want Bolt to articulate and repeat back to me what I am asking for. And the current implementation is already designed to display exact content of analysis HTML column from your Superbase table when analysis is marked as completed. If you're seeing placeholder data, it indicates HTML. Okay, I will see if this is a deployment issue. Modify, update, select analysis function to status analysis. Check Superbase data. Okay, it is asking me explain how to check Superbase data, which is not what we wanted really. So I will deploy this and see how it is showing up in my deployed site, because the Claude is notorious for not Claude, Bolt is notorious for not displaying embeds or not displaying embeds properly. Yeah. Video analysis report, performance metrics, 98% retention. This is not even close, not even remotely close. Okay. It is still displaying the placeholder data. What we had in the table, HTML analysis, is way better. So analysis underscore HTML. And I want to make sure that it is indeed HTML. And I want to almost copy this and give it to Bolt. This is what we have in that cell, but right now we are not displaying it. When the user clicks on video, we are displaying attached screenshot. And when we open, Bolt will see that it is not the case. And it's not like happening in this app, it is happening in the deployed app also. And I will discuss this so that way it doesn't go do something stupid. And something stupid meaning when we just use this and say this is what's available in that cell, it will sometimes hard code the entire thing and miss the point completely. Now it will look at, okay, let me read the Superbase analysis HTML and click on, okay, and to diagnose this, the plan access your Superbase project, navigate to tube analysis table, verify this completed. Status is not completed. So let's see if the status is completed. Yes, status is completed. Data is correct and status is completed. And now let's see what it does. Usually Lovable, what I love about Lovable is Lovable can read the data, what's available on Superbase. It is not, it would not ask us to go and check things. It will do it for us. So it's easier in that regard. You are confirmed the data in your Superbase is correct with status set to completed. And then also video analyzer designed to display analysis HTML open. Okay. You should inspect the value of directly within the video analyzer component. When I open DevTools, console access empty string, it means data not being hooked to selected analysis state in video analyzer component. Okay. I don't know why. Bolt is such an annoying thing, and it will open as soon as you're here. It will start with that. Okay. And now this is what I really don't like about doing things in a way that it's a simple instruction, but when you are coming from this bolt here, you will come up with a different uh, the first instruction that you give is really polished, and chances of you getting it done or getting it right for the first time is really high. And we don't have to go through these hassle when we do things my way, the first way that I suggested. Okay, let's not waste too much time. We are learning, so that's good. It is completed, submitted ad, deleted 2 rows, YouTube analysis. Okay, let's come back and see. Okay, YouTube systems, and when we open our inspect dev tools, and the funny part is you can even see the console log when you are using Lovable. The error can actually see what's being logged, it is asking us to check for it. Analysis, length, and I will copy this. And I would say something like, because we can see that it's properly fetching, it is fetching the analysis. It's over 4,000 characters long, but it's not displaying it. We are still displaying the placeholder data. And I will add the screenshot that I can see that console log HTML fetched and string type, but it's not displaying. Likely shows HTML content contains inline styles that might be getting stripped or not rendering properly. See, it has an inline style, so let me add some CSS to ensure HTML content renders properly. This is good. That is what we want it to happen, actually. So perfect. That might fix the whole thing. And maybe not. Sometimes you have to go to a bunch of things, try a bunch of different approaches to make this work. And at the end of the day, I do believe this is so much better than coding a whole application from scratch. So I will not delete some of these parts where this is my thought process, this is my workflow when I'm building an actual system. And I think it's really valuable skill to learn. And whenever we hire a new person that is new to this vibe coding and want to learn this, they have to go through this too. Debug view raw HTML. Did we not finish the whole thing? I think it did not complete the whole thing. You know how it should start? Okay, div. Doc type HTML. Okay, it maybe is a video issue. Let's delete this. That video delete button is ugly, so we need to do something about that. For sure, not the browser pop-up. Let's make sure that it's if you open the text response, you see how it has doc type HTML, and I don't know why it did not send the whole thing, or we did not save the whole thing is the main issue here. Let's copy this huge file. It is way, way bigger than, how we need to end this with proper HTML. And we did not do that earlier. So it should have been running. Because if we see this as still processing, And we also added a debug HTML. That's what made me realize, okay, this is not full. And we miss so many things. This HTML code usually should start with doc type HTML. But looked when I watched it in the Superbase, I was not able to figure it out then. So it's really important for you to pay attention. AI is making a lot of things easier, but also messing a lot of things for us. So let's see how far along. Yeah, that's why I like running this once to see where we are at, basically. And I don't know how long it's going to take except for waiting. One good approach is, did we delete this or is it analysis HTML? Yeah, we are waiting for it so we can update it, which is good. If it doesn't come back in time, in the next 30 to 40 seconds, I will paste the HTML that I copied and call it a day. Move to the next thing, obviously. For the next thing, we are doing comment scraper, right? So I am hoping it will be done. So in that, we can start working on our second prompt. I want to work on YouTube comment scraper next. You will be receiving, the UI should look similar to YouTube video analyzer. It has a section where we paste a video URL and we show the video preview. And in the video URL section, we are also asking for the number of comments we should be scraping. And in the results, okay, this is taking unusually long. I don't think it took us this long previously. 2 minutes. Okay, this should finish running. I think this is it. If we open here, it's empty. Wow, okay. Let's go back. Analyzing. This is so frustrating, guys. Okay. When I was looking at this, I know for a fact that this is new, and this ran like 4 minutes ago. This is what we need. It should have updated automatically. This is a new one, and it's huge, as you can see. No wonder it's taking 3 minutes or something to 2 minutes to completely run. I don't know why it haven't updated. I will paste this and save changes, and instead of status pending, I would say completed and done. So in my Bolt front end, it says completed, and the video analysis, wow, 228, all these characters, wow. Okay. For the viewer in the analysis results, remove debug view raw HTML and make the viewer background white. I know it will work. It's just I was the one who messed it up by going in there and running it when I shouldn't have, running it when I should have waited. And I can probably show you a quick example towards the end on how to analyze, and it will work. So I'm not too worried about it now. If I would have just kept my mouth shut for a good a minute and a half, we would have seen a really good. I don't know why we have this. Okay, when we go back to tools, okay, when we are in the YouTube analyzer and when we click this, the viewer is all weird. It's making my whole app weird, which there is definitely an overflow issue, which we shouldn't be seeing this throughout the app. That's for sure. And we can either fix it or you can we can move forward and you can fix it later. Remove the debug section, no more collapsible, add white background, content analysis now. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, perfect. I like this much, much better than what we have earlier. Perfect. Why did this critical gap? No automated lead magnets or systematic capture mechanisms mentioned. The content drives awareness but lacks systematic conversion, automation, missing opportunities for metadata, free audit tools, or diagnostic assessments. It can generate for you. There are still tweaks to be made, but this is how far we are right now to get bursts moving forward. A problem agitated solution proof pivot structure can be templated and systematically applied across different AI verticals, creating a repeatable content generation system for consultants. This is a great info, guys. I hope you will use this prompt, see how it does for you. But next up, I want to work on video comment scraper. The UI should look similar to YouTube Video Analyzer. It has section where we paste video URL, show the video review. In the video URL section, we also request number of comments to be scraped. And when the user submits the URL and the number of comments and clicks on submit, you need to trigger this webhook. We can either waste some time like we did earlier, or we can, I could show you the system that you're going to get. And I believe if we do it the latter, it works so much better. And I will call this webhook, copy this address, and I will come back here and paste it here. You will actually receive 6 different categories of comments in your webhook response. You need to display the response in a visually pleasing manner. This will be different from the response that you usually receive from Video Analyzer. This is not a JSON or HTML. Okay, I know this is cryptic, and that is okay because Claude rarely gets it 100% right the first time. And while Claude is Bolt is building this, I want to go to what we have here and explain what Appify is. And webhook part, you already know the webhook part. The Appify actor is running an actor. What does this mean? When we are running this, we have number of comments and we are using something called Streamers YouTube Comment Scraper. I have been using free plan for a while now. I mean, you cannot scrape a ton of comments. For demo purposes, I'm using this free version. You'll get 5 credits or some $5 or something. So unless you are scraping thousands of comments, you're good. If you don't see this actor, you don't see it obviously. You will search for streamers and it will give you YouTube scraper. This is for scraping transcripts and this is for comment scraper. Once you come here in the comment scraper, paste the URL that you want to scrape, and let's say you want to get 10 comments, right? Mention that and save and start. And once you run this, it will take around 1 minute to start seeing results. And if you are scraping 100 comments, obviously it will take more than 1 minute. And it took 13 seconds. There are no items in the dataset. They say that, but they will load eventually. As you can see, Liam Otley's comment is first. And then I think he's wrong about these small stores upgrading to WordPress. How many small stores do you know do that? Okay, and then there are some supporters, some are posing it, some are asking for additional info. How can I begin this? How can I do that? So much valuable info. For 10 results, it's taking around 13 seconds. And if you come back to our automation, what we built next, the module is called Run an Actor. And Run an Actor, you can connect your account in one of two ways. You can either do an API API token or Appify. Appify is just logging in. I won't reconnect my account. It's just logging in. And then you select what actor that you added. You saved it, right? So then you need to have that. And max comments is number of comments. How did I get this? I get this from the app that we are building. Apply changes, comment scraping table. I should not have positive, negative questions, suggestions, compliments, general as an array, which is bad because we'll have to update them, unfortunately. YouTube video URL, we will paste the same URL that we have been doing. Copy, come here, paste, and comments 100. I'm not worried about it because we are just triggering this part right now. Run this module only. And now, don't worry about this. This is a table. We are not going to cover that anyway. That is me backing up my, so never mind. Okay, let's scrape comments. And it says scraping in progress. And ideally, it is waiting for the webhook response, which it shouldn't have. Comment count 100, video URL this. And you just need to copy this. It is different from what you were seeing earlier, what I was receiving earlier from a different application. So I will remove this part. Comments is number of comment count is this. URL is this guy right here. So for those of you who are not downloading my template and want to take a good look at it, this is the entire thing. It's a simple JSON URL, and we are making this request. So let's run this. Comment count is 10 for ease, and video URL is the video URL that we sent. And it came back with these things. What we need from this is default dataset ID. When we copy this default dataset ID and we are sleeping for 60 seconds, this is a delay sleep module. Because these comment scraping will take time, even if you do 100 comments, 60 seconds should be enough. Just to be sure, or I won't be scraping 100 now. Maybe in the next example, I will scrape 20, but that's about it. 60 seconds is more than enough. And then you need to add get dataset items. And what does get dataset items take? Is default dataset ID, and limit is set to 100 right now, since we are only doing it less than 100. Run this module only, dataset ID. I copied the dataset ID earlier from the output. When I open this, this is the default dataset ID. And now when I click on this OK, it will fetch all the comments that are scraped. And it is in bundles. This bundle 1, bundle 2, bundle 7, so bundle 10. 10 bundles for 10 comments. And then I added an array aggregator for getting the comment. Everything else, I don't need it. I am only aggregating these comments. I don't want who the author is. I don't want who did what at what, what the URL is, comment count, which is not relevant for me. I just need the comments, and that's what I'm aggregating here. And then I'm transforming this array to JSON, and I'm passing that JSON to 3 AIs. What does these AI do? The first one, it is an expert data analyst. You will be provided with a JSON string, and its job is to create a JSON, comment 1, comment here, comment 2, comment here, and instruction. It will number the comments one by one. And what does this second AI do? This second AI is categorizing it to 6 different categories. What are these categories? First category is AI tool comparisons, and then use cases and applications, AI business and monetization, suggestions and direct request. And now we are doing this, asking for this JSON structure. And we are prompting, user says, okay, for this comment, this is an example. Assistant should say output this. And if the user is giving this, I allow AI, it is false. We don't want to see that. Only want to see most requested AI tools. Can you review 11 labs? If they ask for a review, that is requested AI tool. I love your content. Thank you. We don't care about it. And now the user says, this is the list of comments. Do it for me. And the final one, the reason for using ChatGPT is you can parse the response using, when you turn on advanced settings, you can parse the JSON response. And this, what does this do? It will, provided JSON output, we will divide the whole thing, return the result in the following JSON format: category number, category name, and number of comments. So we are essentially sending an array. We are parsing that JSON and sending an array back to Bolt and hoping Bolt would make sense of this data. Right now, it is trying to cramp 6 different categories into 6, positive, negative, and all of those things. We can show example data and say, hey, this is what you would be receiving. Update it based on this new info that you have. So comment scraper, I'm hoping we have this video URL. Let's copy it and come back to our Bolt, paste the URL and comments. For the sake of example, our video has already been scraped. It says scraped, but it's not true. Comment scraping, I will delete this, delete row. Perfect, it should let me do it now. We are scraping and I'm hoping, oh yeah, it is running. And good thing that it, as soon as we get the data set, it is actually, if you go here, it's actually running. And the 13 seconds, 14 seconds that it took, it has taken earlier, is we are adding 40 more seconds and waiting for a minute. And I know it's annoying for a lot of people just to wait. But when we have, this makes a lot of difference when you are scraping 100 comments, not 10. And the rest of these should take relatively small time because we are working with a small data set of 10. And what I'm more worried about is prompting Bolt to create another set of, or update the existing set. Right now, when we go to, let's see on the UI how it does once it's done running. Extracting and categorizing 10 comments. This may take few moments. And once it shows the result, I will go back to our database and copy what we have in the section, it might be messy because we are Claude or Bolt is trying to categorize everything by itself into 6 different categories and save it, which is weird. I should have started. Okay, it is done and it's still running. I'm worried why that might be the reason. Okay, table is empty. It has the table, comment scraped. Where is the video title, video thumbnail, video URL, user ID? Comment scraping is what we are looking at, right? Comment scraped data is 0. Why is that still pending? Webhook response, JSON B. Okay, it is expecting a JSON response. When I explicitly said you are expecting a JSON response from the webhook, but it's not a JSON. Tweak the app to accept any data that comes through. And 6 different categories are not positive, negative, question, suggestions, compliments, general, like you suggested. It's different. Right now, it has to update what we have within the database, because when the type doesn't match, it will not write data in there. And that may be one of the reasons why this is happening. And let me delete this row. And for wait time, I don't expect to wait this long. 20 seconds is more than enough. And I will also unlink this. I don't need backups at this moment. And when we open the result, there are 3 categories: AI, business, and monetization. He 2 comments and 3 comments actually. Category 3, use cases. It is talking about I'm at 24. Oh wow, okay, that's huge. And category 6 is this needs to be replay paid content. How did he build these slides? Okay. So it is working. The scenario is working as expected. The issue that we have is with Bolt, and it is updating this. And let's delete this. Once we delete this, this should stop Bolt from suffering this much. At least that's how I see it. It is struggling, suffering. Good practice is always mention that components, subcomponents part that I mentioned. So that way it will not wait for it to. So robust parsing is what we need. And let's go to our YouTube systems, comment scraper, paste this, and 10 comments are enough for now. And let's go to our YouTube scraper and run this module only, come back and scrape comments. And now scraping is in progress as always. And this will only wait 10 seconds now. Maybe I should have bypassed all of this and display the response to show you that it's working. But I wanted to show what an actual app looks like. Scraping in progress. And if we open our database, it should have already created this scrape data JSON B, webhook response JSON B. I don't know why it's been, so hung up on this JSON. Let's see. Maybe what I'm hoping to have happen is this robust parsing that we wrote in the code will take care of this data and transform it into JSON and save it before saving it, so it won't cause any issues. Well, okay, category 4, and it's not. The Bolt is not capturing the webhook response properly. The scenario finished running, but it's still showing scraping in progress. Why is this happening? So that is by far the longest anytime I worked on a certain component. And this goes to show things does not go always as planned. Sometimes things do go wrong. And most times today, ever since I started this, I've been doing this for 2 days now. And I've seen nothing but errors. Okay, we verify real-time browser console log. Why is this important if database is updated? Database is empty. It is not capturing the data. I mean, it is not capturing the webhook response. And maybe as a good practice, we can show this is what we are download output bundles. Okay. Input. Okay. Download input bundles. I don't know why it is. Okay. Let's copy the whole thing and go to Bolt. And this is what you should have received in the webhook response, but you're not saving it. It appears the make.com scenario is successfully running, but data isn't persisted in your Superbase status and updating a final step in our make scenario, which is okay. It is trying to. I see the confusion there. I want you to update our table and create multiple categories, 6 categories to be precise. And I will copy these categories that we have here, and I will show you alternate method of scraping and saving. We have 6 categories, right? We have the business and monetization. So I will come here to Bold. I want you to update our YouTube comment scraper table and create multiple categories, 6 categories to be precise. And when the user submits the URL, just show them request submitted. It will take 1 to 5 minutes to process to complete. They can check back in 5 minutes. And always display the scraping history, the entries that we have in our Superbase. Do not create a new entry when a user submits the URL. Just call the webhook. That is okay. I don't want to do that because there is something called upsert record. Let me show you how that works. Now, 2 things will happen now. One is actually updating. It will create a migration file, which will update and add these 6 categories. And I will show you how to add comments from make directly in here. And in my old comment scraper, I'm breaking this up, by the way. And when you view results, all of these most requested AI tools, AI tool comparisons, use cases, problems and complaints, business and monetization, content requests. So all of these are by default being created by Bolt. Based on the webhook response, it is saving and creating this for me. And that's what I hope this Bolt will create for me as well. But things, as always, don't go as planned. If we were following the approach that worked for us in the other applications, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But like we discussed, not everyone will have a starting point, a PRD, So that keeping that in mind, this is a learning experience. Hope everyone can see that. If learning is not the goal, if you just want to get your hands on these templates, you can just download them in my free school community. And if you want to save some time. So it finished running and I will update and apply changes. You can read what it's doing. It added 6 different tables. Now that it's done, in YouTube Systems Comment Scraper, comment categories, most requested AI tool comparisons, business monetization, which is okay, I guess. The text readability is, we have an issue, but we can change all of that, as you know. But my primary focus is making this work. And since we already ran this a couple of times, what we can do is I can remove, let's not remove, I will create this in Superbase. We need to search for Superbase. And Superbase, we want to create a row, or actually delete module, add a module, Superbase, upsert a row. Upsert a record. Upsert is a term whether it's either update or insert. It will try to update. If it doesn't find any information, it will, instead of update, it will insert. So I will, this is Infinitum. Infinite dump. Wow. Yeah, it kind of feels like it. Project ID and API key. These are the 2 things that are needed. Obviously, I am planning to delete this, but if I don't, I will blur this for you. API keys, new, is this secret key is really important. Copy the secret key, and this is come back and paste it here. API key goes here, paste, and project ID is in the general settings. In the general settings, we have the project ID. You can copy it too. Come back, paste the project ID and save. And now, just like that, we have the updated connection. And which table that you want to update is comment scraping table. And this is defaults to random generated key. If you are creating a row, you can leave this as is. But since we are not creating the key, we need to prompt Bolt to send this info for us. You are creating an entry every time we run this comment scraper. We should not let front end do that. We should not be creating records. We just need to call the webhook. Let make.com handle the entry creation on Superbase. And also fix the text contrast in the visual, in the YouTube comment scraper section. The text on cards is not visible. And divide this app into multiple components and subcomponents for better maintainability. And I will take a screenshot of this comment scraper, and once we do that, we will need to add this because we show better than tell, right? And every time we run this comments, we should not let front end do that. Now let's go back here. And as you can see, it has multiple fields here. One is webhook response. When in webhook response, we can go ahead and use the bundle, or webhook response is we can use the result as is. And that's one way to go about it. Or if it doesn't work, sometimes it expects a JSON and it breaks. The file you're trying to write is now JSON is what the error would read. I want to avoid that. And since we are not relying too much on webhook response, what we need is most requested AI tools. And it's, let's say, I don't think that is category 1. Category 3 is problems and complaints. If you open it, use cases and applications. Good. Category, use cases and application. I will add the comments here. And next category, we have problems and complaints. And I will add the comment problems and complaints here. Business monetization comments goes here. Category 6 is content requests and suggestion comments goes here. That's how you will update this. And once we save it and don't want to auto align, I will run this to show you it is working, and it is indeed dividing the whole application into multiple subcomponents. While, okay, it also fixed the contrast issue, contrasting text. And then mind you, we are only seeing 6. 4 of those comments are bad. So that's why we eliminated the whole thing. And I will copy this again and come back here, paste this and 10 comments as always, and submit request. And request submitted, it will take 1 to 5 minutes to process, check back in 5 minutes. And I should have run this once to show that it is running, but or see where it's at. Too bad we pressed it too wrong, too late. But we are not waiting for this in any way. Right now, there is no history, but we can wait for it to show up in our table editor like we were doing earlier. And we know it takes some time. And if we run into any issues, any errors, I will either receive an email. Okay. I just received an email that says we ran into some issue, and let me force stop this so I can see what the error is. The warning is after running 11. What does it say? It says failing row contains, user ID. It's a known issue. And I'm really surprised that it's done this so fast, so quick. You need to add user ID. User ID is one of the most important things. I don't know how I forgot that. And these guys don't make it too easy. They don't give a required asterisk now, but it will conveniently break when you want it to run. So I will run this again, submit request, and it says 5 minutes again. And I'm waiting it to finish its run. And that way we can go to our next step. I think we are waiting 20 seconds, right? Once the 20 seconds is done, it should process it fast. And Superbase gave me an error again. Oh, I did not save it, did I? What was the error? User ID is empty. Shit. Okay. I will open this. User ID is empty. Why is it user ID is not okay, user ID is empty. This is new. So what I would ask is, when we are sending webhook, we need to send user ID as well for YouTube comment scraper. Once we do that, we have to do it twice. First, to make sure the user ID is sending, or if not, we'll just waste the whole thing, waste the whole run. And it doesn't make sense to wait 1 minute just for it to run. So let's run this one module only to see if we are capturing the user ID. If we are indeed capturing, we don't have to worry about Superbase again. So we are still comment scraper and still running. I thought it's going to only update one file that is related to webhook, but I was wrong. It is updating multiple files, and it's good that we are not letting the front end create any placeholder data, because we would have conflicts. We would have two entries for every generation, and I'm starting to feel like it will stop running. This will stop running because we are taking too much time to finish it. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's still going on. For simple changes, when you are not writing, when you are not explicitly mentioning, divide this app into, refactor this code, multiple components, subcomponents, when you don't say things like that, it will indeed take a lot of time. If you look at the length of some of these files is 350 lines, and if this is not big, 90 lines, but for some reason, video analyzer, why are we updating this also? Update comment scraper to include user ID. Is it video comment scraper? Why are we updating that also? To include user ID in the webhook response. Okay, that's a good practice. I'm not against it. I don't love it because I haven't asked for it. Now we have this stopped running, which is not good. And as always, comment, copy the video, and paste, submit request, and it should have triggered this, and we have the user ID. And when we click this, if we see the user ID populated, or instead of the transparent thing, you know that it's going to work. So I will submit the same request again, and it will take about a minute to run it. And next up, we have chapter generator, right? So I'll start prompting the chapter generator. Let's build YouTube chapter generator next. UI should look similar to YouTube Analyzer. We capture the URL, display the embed, two sections in the first row. The second section, generation history. Once we click the view button, once we click on the video, we should be seeing the chapters that are displayed. We should be receiving, when the user submits, we will be receiving a text response for the chapter info. You can display the text as is and have a copy text option in there. And when the user submits the URL, you should be calling this webhook and expect a text response in the webhook. Do not expect JSON webhook response. Again, this is a lot of instruction. This is okay. What is this? Comment scraping violates null value in column video URL in relation to. Oh, okay. There are some absolutely important things apparently. Video ID. You'll take video ID, video title. We have video title, video thumbnail. We have the thumbnail. Comment count, scrape data, status completed. Wow, I was conveniently ignoring a bunch of things. Created at defaults now. Okay, common category. Tool comparisons. Do we have tool comparisons? Problems and complaints, requests and suggestions. So the 10 comments will always keep changing. And once you see errors like these, not null constrained, that's why I rely on webhook responses a lot. Let's unlink this. Unlink this. We don't really need a webhook response. Let's save it. Now come back here and YouTube systems, YouTube comment scraper, and copy this. Come back to Bolt, paste it, and submit request. Wait, why did it not run? Did it trigger? Okay. For some reason, I thought it did not run. User ID. Okay. We'll see. And if there are any not null constraints for webhook data and scraped data, that is too unfortunate. We'll have to add some placeholder info that will satisfy this. And I'm hoping it would finish running this time. Fingers crossed. Let's see. And that should be done any minute now. This is, I think, by far the biggest thing. And everything else should be quick. The next two should be quick because the info and the prompt are much smaller compared to this one. Or maybe this has already finished running and I'm running this a second time, which is definitely possible given I clicked the button twice and it's not running. Okay. This is unusually slow, by the way. Almost I sound like a broken record at this point. Let's see. I will wait and come back once this is done. I think this is going to time out, or it will probably be finished running and it's not going to show us that it finished running. So okay, this is done. And if you open the text response, this is a lot of info. DMs is what others don't. Okay. And now maybe it's a Claude issue taking longer than I expected. But once this is done, I will start again. Finally, it finished running. It did not give me an error this time. It actually wrote the whole thing. Let's see what Bolt has now. When we go to YouTube systems and comment scraper, it has the history. And when I open it, it doesn't work. Okay, let's do one thing. I will try and attempt fix. I copied our prompt for the next one, but this fix should be simple. If we open our comment scraping, we now wrote data directly from here. So if we open AI tool comparisons, that's how I like it. And this version in 2020, scale faster, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. We are, instead of JSON-B, we are doing this. So probably we'll have to change how we get the error. Contents.map is not function, which means comments variable. Error occurs content. Okay. I'm about 90% sure that did not fix the issue and it will break again. I think this is more like a JSON issue than anything. Okay. All categories, most requested tools, application 0. Okay, what about this one? When I look at my database, the comments categorized is expecting a JSON, but we are adding text comments. Update our database structure, write a migration file that will say the fields are text fields and display in a pop-up the 6 categories. And again, this is more like a UI UX issue than fixing this as a, I don't really like this approach. What I had in my previous will is actually what I like much better. And since it's expecting JSON, and maybe that's one of the reasons why it's not actually displaying it right. Again, we go back to the issue that we faced when we are doing a YouTube video analyzer. And I almost feel like we should have saved at least 40 minutes of time if we just went with our Claude project instead of doing this. So for that reason, I would probably rely on Claude project for my um, LinkedIn and video to revenue pipeline that I've been doing. So we have these two files. Oh, okay, comment scraping.ts, comment scrape category pop up, which is good. I like it. I don't know why and where these two entries came from. Is it interesting? Okay, you talk very fast. Please slow it down. Okay. It actually ran twice, which is why it took a really ridiculous amount of time for us to finish the whole thing. And it says 9801 categorized, which is huge. I don't know where it, maybe it's showing character. I don't think. Oh my God. I just realized what's happening. We essentially requested 100 comments each time. And wow, wow. I should have done 10, and instead I selected 100. And I think there are a bunch of incomplete actions, or maybe these are incomplete executions, are previous ones. But this is crazy. We should see some really good content. Maybe that's referring to the number of characters that it has. I don't know. Let's see. And if that is the case, then okay. Attempt fix, update comments setting categories to text fields. This should have been straightforward. Maybe to fix my properly highlighted type conversion error occurs because we are trying to assign text values based on B columns. Add new text columns, migrate the data, then drop the old columns. Okay, nice. And I cannot imagine how that 100 comments would have worked, and that's why it's taking so long. And I was waiting and waiting and waiting. I don't think 20 seconds would be enough for scraping all of that. 4 categorized. Yeah, that's why we only waited 20 minutes, remember? So for all categories, use cases, it is looking ugly. Right now, what we are displaying is not visually pleasing. It has 1, 2, 3, and 4 comments, as you can see. Can you arrange it in a way that it looks good for the end user, and also make it a pop-up with 6 different categories instead of 1? And I will show an inspiration of what I mean. I will show chapters, video analyzer, no, comment scraper, and I will show you results, and I will display this. And chances are it will get it right this time. Right now, what we are displaying for YouTube comment scraper viewer, now we are actually making this work. It's just the UI improvement. If it fixes this, great. If it doesn't fix it, I'm not worried. I will just work on the next thing. And I believe we still have the prompt, YouTube chapter generator, UI should look. And also I will just use what I had earlier for content. There is chapter generator, which is really simple. We use dumpling AI, exactly what we were doing earlier. Dumpling AI, where is it? YouTube chapter generator, YouTube chapters, yes. So right now I also have Airtable, which you don't need. What does this do? It will take this, and what does this need? The YouTube URL, how many timestamps it's combining? 15. I don't want to combine 15, maybe 5 to begin with, because I don't want to lose too much context, and save. And this Claude prompt is taking this transcript and asking it to create output should look like this. And please respond to my next request with just the timestamp. Do not include any other text or explanation or markdown. Only provide the output and nothing else. Something simple, straightforward. Don't worry about the Airtable. Even if I delete all the Airtable things, it's completely fine. And it's actually, I don't want it to be here at all. The YouTube URL is already, we are capturing it from here. So I will do one quick, because we are running this, we need to give Bolt this webhook, and let it generate this for us while we check our YouTube comment scraper. And when we open it, this is nice, interesting. I am 21-year-old, and come on, man. So this is not good. This is not visually pleasing at all. But at this point, we might have to do a lot than what we initially set out for. What you need to do is, you can take this as an exercise, is problems and complaints. You can, there is a view button. When I click and view it, it looks different. Yeah, I don't like this text. What you can do is, you can go in the route of analyzer and transform this into HTML and send it over. Or you can you can prompt Bolt saying, hey, this is the text that you need. This is the text that is being displayed. For example, from the looks of it, it doesn't know how to run this. So I would paste this text. This is the example text that is in one of the categories. We need to make this visually pleasing. Then what Bolt does this beautifully, by the way. Once it sees the data, it sees, okay, where is the pattern? 1 dot this is one comment, and 2 dot this is the second comment, 3 dot this is the third comment. Now I understand what they're trying to do. These are 6, 7, 8 comments. And I have to display these 8 comments in one category in a visually pleasing way. It will understand that. I can show that in action, but it's taking a long time today. Maybe it's one of the reasons is everyone got free tokens for the weekend, and a lot of users are using Bolt. That might be one reason. Now that the comment chapter generator is done, I will quickly try and do this. Video URL, video ID, user ID, apply changes, video chapter table. Since we are creating this table for the first time, I don't see or expect any issues. This is the example text that we have in one of the categories of comment scraper. So can you make the viewer visually pleasing? Because right now, all of the comments looks like one lump of text, which doesn't look good. And I will make this a discussion in order to do two things. One, I will understand what Bolt is thinking about this issue, and where it, if it says, oh, I see the numbers here. So I think if we, parse this data or restructure this data, I can do a really good job, because every time there is this pattern that repeats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the viewer should, definitely fix this. I'm about 90% sure, but if it doesn't, I will leave it up to you. But did not complete its response, I will retry. And that's what I mean by too many people using Bolt. And while we wait for it, we can go to comment scraper, and for the, no, not the comment scraper, YouTube video generator, chapter generator. And we can post one of my videos, because why generate chapters for Liam when I can generate chapters for my one of my tools. So this is one of the videos that I made like 10 months ago. And if we copy this URL and come here, it's a 1 hour long video. Maybe something, I should have picked something shorter. Never mind. Okay. Before I implement that plan, I will see what the URL structure is coming up here. And requested chapters takes 1 to 3 minutes, which is good. And I want to fix two things here. One is YouTube video URL is, I don't want to rely on that. That's one. And also, the next thing is transcript is coming from here, so I'm not worried about it. The URLs are chapter successfully updated for. I don't want this. I just need to send the text response. Save. Save. And if I come here, I want to make sure whether it's waiting for a response or it's saving on its own. Chapters, YouTube chapters, as you can see, it is pending. Status is pending. Chapters text. Okay, it is waiting for the response. I will delete this, delete row, and I will try this approach where we call the webhook. It is still trying to generate, which is sad. Because when we don't get a response, it should automatically do a thing where it shows accepted, and don't wait for new data. But it's still running, and that's okay. While it runs, let's see what plan it came up with for this. To make comment display more visually pleasing and break up the lump of text, I will modify rendering of individual comments. And index 1 plus, instead of showing a message square icon, this will serve as a bullet point. Add a white space prefab tailwind CSS to p tag that displays comment text. I'm about 90% sure that this doesn't work now. I will say something like this. Since we are already in discuss, we are numbering all the comments 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot. Can we do something like this? Because the text that is available in the database may not have any tags, because HTML has tags. We are numbering all the comments. Can we do something like this? Okay, YouTube chapter generator is done. YouTube, it should have send, if you look at the text response, it has all the steps that we need. And we are repeating our old issue again, which says chapters text empty. I will paste this, save. And instead of pending, I would say completed. Okay, that is done. And Bolt should have updated it automatically. I don't know why Bolt is acting up today. And once we open it, we see all the chapters, which is good. We can copy text and we can use it. This is good. And now I want to, you can generate or create. You can try and make Bolt to update this, or you can follow a similar process that I did earlier. In Superbase, you can say create a row and ask Bolt not to create an entry from the front end. You know, just follow that. You would be able to, this is one of the easiest things that you can do. I won't be trying to fix that error, but I'm also more interested in this. Let's implement this plan and see what it does with comment scraper. And this comment scraper is responsible for generating a lot of money for me. And I am not kidding when I said $100,000 are a direct result of this. It's because of 2 videos that I did. And the 2 videos that I did are this Bolt.new AI SaaS, which is a 20x outlier, and also this Bolt course that I made 7 months ago. And 7 months ago also marks my biggest revenue month. And I have all the screenshots. I made 100K that month. Actually, it's more of a 85,000 cash collected and 110 or 120K revenue generated. Because obviously, if you're running an AI agency, chances are you won't get paid on the same day or on the same month. So my first 100K month is from November to mid-November to December. And this came from all the transactions. We use different platforms like Stripe, VOP, and I take some PayPal as well. And these leads directly came from 2 videos. And those videos are posted. If you look at this video, this is posted on November 20. And this first video is posted on November 7th. So it is from November 20 to December 20, I made about 100K. And these 2 videos, it's funny, are the direct result from a creator called, shout out to Brock Meserich. Brock Meserich is also a creator. If you look at this exact, video thumbnail, is copied from this guy right here. And I even told my thumbnail designer to, okay, let's just use his Bolt.new SaaS. Instead of SaaS, let's say AI SaaS. Instead of purple, let's use green. And those are the 2 differences, 2 things that I suggested. And he made a video on November 3rd, and he gotten about 25,000 views. And the same tool with the system, with the same comment scraping and analysis, I got to understand what the gaps are in the video. And my video got even 40,000 views. And these 2 videos are directly responsible for generating $100,000. Imagine the kind of, that's why I'm really hung up on this, making it visually pleasing and all of that. So if you go to YouTube systems and you go to comment scraper, I see a lot of people are using AI to write scripts, but I think different. So if we say problems and complaints, it's still not fixing the issue properly. So I will leave it up to you on how you would. So the best way moving forward, in my opinion, is transforming these categories into HTML, asking to create 6 different HTML files and outputting them in JSON. I know it sounds weird, but you can parse that JSON and add HTML to each of the categories. And when you add HTML to each of the categories, you will have 6 HTML mini boxes that are visually pleasing. You can read, you can copy the text, you can copy the HTML. Just as how you did for video analyzer. I know I am leaving a lot for you to fix because we did not follow the approach that I initially planned out for. If I was using this approach, none of this would have happened. And that concludes my YouTube systems. And also, I want to show you something that a lot of subscribers, a lot of creators out there are doing, making videos on how to use AI for script generation. But I already use a tool called Subscriber where it creates amazing looking scripts. You can, the script building process, you can select the topic, you can repurpose one of the videos, and you can add these hundreds of thousands of words. You can either search web, add links, add videos, add documents, and then it gives you title suggestions, it gives you thumbnail suggestions, and it gives you hook ideas, what this hook is, problem solution contrast, live business promise. So for this video, I used this hook, and then it will create a draft for you, what you should be saying in each, what is the fatal flaw in single workflow thinking. And in research, you can add, okay, I don't want to add this, I want to add this instead. And once you update the research, edit research, you can write script from this. This is one of the best script writers out there. So when there are already tools, why reinvent the wheel is my philosophy. And that's why I haven't built any script writer in here, but we do have script writer idea to script in one of the, as one of the scenarios, but I don't use it anymore. Hope that makes sense. Now, into our presentation, we are so far behind. A comment scraper, all of the prompts are available. The blueprint is available here, and chapter generator also. This is an Airtable backup. Remove the Airtable part, and it works perfectly. It also has the prompts. Now we are on to LinkedIn systems. LinkedIn systems is by far my favorite. YouTube is my main platform, but I'm super, super interested in LinkedIn because there are apparently 1 billion users on LinkedIn and only 1% or less than 1% are actually actively creating on the platform. There is huge upside potential. AI news processing, turn industry news into engagement opportunities. Post generation, create viral worthy content automatically. Lead magnet creation, build authority with downloadable assets, client story automation. So you can generate all of this using LinkedIn systems. And first automation that I have here is built on using EnoReader. EnoReader is a not newsletter platform. It is more like a RSS platform. When you go to EnoReader, what you have is you will have this dashboard. You can subscribe to any of the newsletters out there. You can subscribe to search terms. You can subscribe to artificial intelligence, Reddit feeds, or if you have a certain social media in mind, you can add feed. There are a bunch of ways. It can be web feed, it can be tracking changes on a web page, it can be Google News for a search term, or if it's a Facebook page, if it's a Telegram channel of your favorite, channel that you follow, it can be a newsletter. If you This is my main important source of getting my news is newsletters. So if you look at my feeds, I've added a bunch of newsletters. I am letting these huge newsletter companies do the work for me. Mindstream, Rundown AI, AI Breakfast, TLDR, Superhuman, Neuron, AI Value, Future Tools, AI Tidbits, Deep Learning. All of these are tremendous, amazing sources of info. And if we open Superhuman, it has, largest digital camera, scientist spot. Most of these things have nothing to do with me. But there are few things, maybe some things that I can really use. So when I look at this, it doesn't have any super AI news. Sunday robotics. I'm not sure these guys were doing that too. AI in tech, robots greater than chips. If we look at future tools, Google launches Gemini CLI, which is huge. Code sends mixed signals on AI and copyright. And then we have some prompts for productivity, creativity. So if anything catches my attention, I will ask AI to create a post for me because in LinkedIn systems, I have something called latest AI news. And anytime an article is something is posted, I can view the source and I can see all the details. I can see the summary. I don't want to read the whole thing myself. Uh, I can go to source and do that. I can, if I want to read, if I think that something is really interesting, I can go to source. But the idea is looking at the generation. And then if I like a certain newsletter, I can use that newsletter to create different posts. This is like a LinkedIn post. AI safety pioneer launched a 30-minute lab to create honest AI, and it's about to transform how agencies build client trust. Here's what no one is talking about, and I create a full post in my style. And same goes for lead magnet. If I have to step-by-step template for setting up notebook LM workspaces. I know another one is step-by-step process for integrating AI video generation tools into agency workflows. All of these are, how you see the posts on LinkedIn. Connect with me, comment this word, and I will send you this guide. So these are high-value lead magnets that can, cook up the engagement and how to follow up with certain posts and everything is what we are going to see in LinkedIn systems. And the setup that we need to do in InnoReader is you need to create a feed. And once you create a feed, you can do it by one of these ways. Once you do that, you come here in the automate section, you will see webhook. And there are multiple webhooks. There is a latest webhook. Whenever then there is a new article, it will trigger and run this. And this webhook, what it's doing is whenever there is a new article in read later, this is saved, or if you have these feeds and you have all of this, when you click on this, read later, this will trigger manually. We don't want to manually go to InnoReader and look at all these and select this to, that's not the value. What is valuable for an average user is AI news to summary automatically making shortlisting what they want and displaying that on the front end. And how do we do that is InnoReader. When you go to InnoReader, the first trigger is watch webhook triggers. And once you get that trigger, if you want to add a trigger, you need to select a connection. If you want to add it and save, it will open this pop-up. And once you authorize, it will create, since we already verifying connections and it already connected. And now If you click on add, it will, it is actually my fourth connection, which I don't want to do it too much, overdo it. Copy address to clipboard. And this is latest Eno reader. I haven't changed it. I haven't created a new one. And when you create a new one, or when you create one for the first time, you need to come here and automate and create a rule. And rule name is when new article in account, or when new article in read later list, save rule. And the rule name is test rule. It's true. It says save rule. Once we open it, once we do this, then trigger a webhook, and the webhook URL, whichever webhook URL you copied from the make.com, you need to paste it here. That's the setup steps that you need to do in order to make this work. And automatically, depending on new article on webhook, new article in read later, or new article in the account will trigger this. So since we are triggering this new article in read later, I have this webhook. I will be, I don't want to change this too much, but it will be weird because we might have to use the same rule. K6, is this the same thing? Okay, these are two different things. Okay, we can still work with this. I will copy this webhook. It says 54 SUL, right? If I can come here and 54 SUL, no, it's not. Latest K6. Okay, I'll just use it. Save rule. And also, when new article account, instead of that, I will say new article in read later list and save rule. The only updated, I wanted to show you how I can trigger this in real time. Now, since we are triggering this, let me show you how that happens. We don't want to do anything in Bolt now because we are triggering this automatically. Let me show you. If I come here in Bolt or Eno Reader, when I go to my feeds, I'll open this in a new tab. And if I don't really like this, I like this one. If I read it, save it, it will trigger this webhook. Now, what do we capture from this webhook is there is summary dash content, which when we open content, this is the HTML of the entire app. I am changing that HTML to text, and the prompt that we have here is really simple. This is a newsletter. Your job is to summarize the entire content into 5 to 10 different bullet points. Do not add any commentary. That's it. And I want to add a router and save it to my Superbase also. In Superbase, right now we don't have an AI insights, AI URL summary, date, details. So we can create one, absolutely. For that, we need the help of Bolt. We are at a point where we need help from Bolt. I want to create LinkedIn systems next. And LinkedIn systems have one main page. And within this page, there are two sections. One section is LinkedIn systems have two main tools. One is latest AI news, and the other one is LinkedIn IDS, latest AI news, and the other one is LinkedIn post IDS. So I want to create that. And once we are done with this, I think we only have a video to revenue pipeline. That is one simple flow. It doesn't take too long to finish it. So far, we created this content command center with the alerts, and we created a calendar view and analytics view where it would show you the mix of what type of content we have and how many pieces we have. And then we did this project 1460 with daily accountability that can trigger a phone call, or it can trigger once you finish everything, you would see a green in the calendar view. In analytics, it shows how many people are in your socials. And in history, it shows a checklist of how every day you're doing it. And YouTube Systems Video Analyzer, this is by far really cool looking video analysis. You can copy text, you can copy HTML, or if you can come back, you can go to Comment Scraper, which is not the best visually pleasing when it comes to it, but you can work on it further. And the comments are categorized, and I've already shown you how to improve on this. And then chapters generator, we have chapters that we can copy and paste in the description. There are other creators out there that lets you automatically update chapters from this screen. So they will ask you to create a Google Cloud platform. I didn't want to repeat it. Stephen Pope is the creator, so he has a great video on this chapter generator. I don't think he uses Dumpling. He uses Apify streamers to scrape the URL, scrape the chapters, and his setup was huge. And then I wanted something simple. And then we are creating LinkedIn systems. And one more thing that we are going to build is after LinkedIn systems is video to revenue pipeline. Once I give the video URL and topic and what the featured template or resource is, I will then select call to action for my free community, paid community, and mastermind, and what is the tone that I have to use for this, and then free community content. And this is free community content is the school post that I'm going to make, and the tone for it, and paid community content, the tone for it, it's amazing. It simplifies a lot of my work. When I do all of this, let's say this video comes with 2 newsletter ideas based on what I want to do. If it's just educational, or if I'm prompting users to join my paid community, it would show, hey, this is this. It took me less than 50 minutes from start to finish. I'm giving this for free, and I break it down a lot. I teach advanced stuff in my systems school. Join that. You get the idea. And for the school post, also we make different. This is my tone of voice on how I would generate content. It's all in the prompting. And that's it for the app. LinkedIn systems. Once we are done with LinkedIn systems, we will build video to revenue pipeline. And that will conclude the entire session. I see LinkedIn systems as nice. Latest AI news. User not authenticated. This is a weird thing to display. I don't know why it came showing. Okay, what is this? No preview. Okay, I will try and prompt something. Let's create a table in our database for latest AI news. It should have the important fields that it should have is the name, title, URL, HTML content, summary. We should display the card, and once the user clicks on this card, we should display the summary. I don't think we would have all these categories: news, breakthroughs, companies, research, We don't have all of that. And the cards will have two buttons. One is view summary, and the other one is open in a new tab or just open. And another button that says generate. So I will remove the part where it says two buttons and make it three. And let's create a table in our database for the latest AI news. It should have important fields: name, title, URL, HTML content, and summary. We should display the card, and once the user clicks on this card, we should display this. Hit display the card. Okay, I will delete this part. In the front end UI, we have search, news, and all the categories. Yeah, this is simple. Let's use this and see what Bolt comes up with. And now we have seen, we know that once it generates, we need to add this create a row. This is not upsert a row or update a row. Previously, we stopped Bolt front end from creating an entry, right? So we can use create a row and go ahead and create a row. There is no really a point in using upsert previously, but it doesn't hurt. Okay, Superbase migrations, and it's creating other files, as you can see. I will wait for it to run things. It already thinks we will be calling some webhooks and created a placeholder. So that might hurt us in terms of, okay, this might throw us some errors because it is expecting to see some. So no results found, which is, I believe, in my opinion, it's a good thing. Since we have something, a table that we already built, let's update this. And everything else, we already discussed that. Superbase create a row, and the new connection is already showing up. Table is AI news table. And this table, we have ID, it's automatically creating. User ID is really important. We don't have a user ID. We are not triggering this. So how do you get your user ID? You come here and in the database, if you don't see user profiles table, I had a user profiles table in my other build because I was doing role-based taxes. But for this, it would be too long. So you go to authentication and copy the user ID from there and paste it here. Okay, this is not where it goes. I will remove this and paste it here. And for the name, we have the name is title Claude's no code app builder. Or maybe this will be like AI breakfast. Instead of this, I will use AI breakfast, and the date is already written probably, but just so we have a distinction. And title of this is Claude's app no code builder, and URL that we have is the stream ID. And okay, actually it is HTML URL probably, or maybe a stream ID. So let's see. If it's giving us errors, we can always go back. Or canonical href. Yeah, this is the exact thing. And also HTML content is we have in the summary content, and the actual summary is being generated by this Claude. And category, I don't have defaults to general, which is good. Published at relevant score defaults to 50. If you want to do relevant score, you can have another AI that determines that score, or even this can determine the score, saying, hey, I want you to come up with a score, this is what my business does. You can look at the entire summary and give me a relevant score. If the relevant score is 50, it would say, hey, this has some really good info that you can use, create posts for. If the relevant score is higher, you can do that. So that's an excellent ad that I was not thinking about. Okay, run this module, and this in an ideal world, it would trigger when a new article comes up. But we are triggering it manually. We don't want to wait for it. So now it should trigger. I don't know why it, okay, maybe we have saved the same old. Let's trigger another thing. Okay, this is now starting to get ridiculous. Okay, yeah. Saved it. I think I saved it. If not, too bad. It will only run this and not this. Okay, perfect. It finished running. And for front end, when we go to LinkedIn Systems, latest AI news, oh, it actually ran a couple of times, 50% relevant, 50% relevant, view summary, and generate. And when the user clicks view summary, we show the text summary that we have in summary column. And when the user clicks generate, we send all the info that we have about this app to this webhook. And now we do what we've been doing earlier, which we will send this to content LinkedIn post, latest news to LinkedIn posts. And once we get this, I will copy this webhook. Did I copy something? I don't remember. Where is my prompt that I just said? Okay, I have the webhook, and I think I can copy my last transcript if I removed it by accident. Yeah, about this latest news. Okay, when we click open, it is opening the Claude's no-code builder, which is good. And there is a save button. I haven't asked for it just now. And it is giving me a time instead of actual time. It's giving this. And for those of you who don't know how to fix it, it's an easy fix. I will remove it because just now will be changed into actual date. But for those of you who don't know how to fix it, we add something called a time formatter, format time in tools. We will have, oh, I don't think it's tools, format. Oh, set variable is what we are looking for. Set variable. In set variable, you will say time, and in time, you click here and you select format date, and you select, you follow this notation. We have the published date here. When you go to the star, it will give you the timestamp or the published date. And you want to change it to this format, or not this format, obviously. This one, anything that you would like. And I won't be able to copy it. But that's how you do it. And you copy this time to this published time instead. If you just want to say June 27 instead of all the years and stuff, you can do so. But this is redundant at this point. We don't need it. Save and go to Bolt. This is what we need to do. When the user clicks summary for latest AI news, that is the prompt that I'm giving. And what else are we missing? Okay, we are getting the news. I don't want to lose out on the news that I have. So the latest webhook, I'm changing it to a new article in the feed, new article in the account, not feed, save rule. So the same webhook is now triggered whenever there is a new article. And whenever there is a new article, it will add both to my LinkedIn systems in here and the old application that I'm building, that I was building, finished building. And that is important. Whenever you change something, try changing it back. And this is way more advanced than a simple dashboard that most creators out there are doing. And there is a reason why it's taking so much longer. You can probably sell one of these solutions as a standalone tool. Imagine doing everything. And there are a bunch of other YouTube systems that we can build. We can build a thumbnail analyzer, a title optimizer, tag generator, competitor analysis. These can be more tools that you can add. This is an excellent idea that Bolt has given me. And for LinkedIn system, these are the systems that I'm planning to use. And that's why they are not as detailed or, not as comprehensive. If you want to deliver this, if you want to sell this as a SaaS, or if you want to deliver this to one of your clients, obviously you will need to add a bunch of additional stuff. Now let's run this module and see what we are getting from the front end. And when we click generate, it sent something. It sent the data, which is good. And it has sent news ID, user ID, name, title, HTML content. So what is this doing? It is trying to get the HTML. So I already have HTML, right? So I can remove this part, and the HTML to text is, instead of this part, I will add one of the reasons I'm editing the existing one, not creating a new one, is I can go back to previous version and it will still work. So I may not be using this app. I will still use my old app, which I'm so used to. And as you can see, this prompt is huge. I will read some of the prompt. It has the entire business context, what my business's brand name is, what is the task, and what are urgency, FOMO, bridges news to his services, generate leads, AI agent system and mastermind, and what are the call to actions, formats that I like to use, what are the lead magnets, what is the JSON structure that it needs to output. And once I have everything, it will send a webhook response. As always, we are sending a webhook response. You will receive a JSON. So I would save these changes, and there is a previous run which done the whole thing, right? And now I will copy this and I will use my discuss button to say, when the user clicks on generate button in LinkedIn system's latest AI news, you are calling a webhook. But you should also expect a JSON response, a webhook response that you need to save within a table that we are going to create. This is a LinkedIn post table, and this is the example output response, output webhook response that you will receive. Based on this structure, create a table for us and make the post visually pleasing. Display a viewer once you receive a response, and we should also have a generation history for these posts. Hope I made sense, because if not, Claude will mess things up big time. And for some reason, it is a closed loop. So far, I have had wonderful luck when I do this with Lovable. And with Bolt, it's like hit and a miss. Display a JSON response from webhook to display. This is crucial step for integrating AI generated content effectively. Okay, sources. Oh my God. Okay. implement database and hook changes. Project seems to be quite large in size, which increases token usage. I don't care. Let's get this done. And once we are done with that, apparently it will take a minute. Now it's finally done generating this, and I still need to apply changes, hoping I would not run into any issues. Now, I just realized that I said I was going to use this Bolt or Claude project for these next two sections, but I haven't been doing that. Okay, view summary is it is letting me view the summary. I can copy the summary or I can generate the post. Now you can do one of two things here. You can say when the user clicks generate, it would open a pop-up that says, does any of these ideas caught your eye? Does any of these ideas caught your attention? And now you can update the prompt. This is what I'm planning to do in my future versions. I should have done that now, but again, taking a lot of time, then we have to. So I won't be doing that. Now, if we open this and go to diagram, and we've already have this set up, right? Let's see when we do this. Failed to generate, please try again. It says, what does it? The HTTP is unlink. Let's unlink this and add this, save, run once. And if we come here, where is here? Bolt, and click on generate again, it is generating, and this should probably be running. And once it's done running, it is going to create a huge JSON file. And I'm assuming this AI will do a much better job than its previous two brothers or sisters. It is, once it's done, I want to see some kind of viewer here. And this is where it gets tricky. For my previous build, I have these systems side by side. When we go here, you can click here and read this. And this is the viewer Bolt has done for me, and I was okay with it. It is not too crazy. It created posts. I don't know how this Bolt is going to do, because now it is linked to a different page altogether. And right now it has all the text version of Claude. So wow, this is huge. Creative Commons. Okay, we have this done. Okay, it has generated LinkedIn posts. Okay, this is nice. When I view it, post content, full post content, engagement question, what is the biggest barrier? This is good, really good in my opinion. I can hide it. And target metrics, comments on barriers, DM, requesting framework, target metrics, saved post, shares, contrarian take. This is amazing. And once we close this, we can go back to tools and LinkedIn post ideas. So, okay, latest post, view post is right here. We have lead magnet ideas also. We have client stories. We have how to use these posts. This is really, really good. You can completely ignore this post ideas for now, or you can say, just generate this. You can further, maybe in a future video, I'm planning to create a lead magnet ideas specifically, so you can get best out of LinkedIn. Maybe then we will come back to this and build on this. But for now, I will I'm more than satisfied with this view post thing. Without further ado, I will go back to here. Let's see what we have. In this presentation, we have latest AI news to LinkedIn posts. We have the prompts, we have the templates, and now we have video to revenue pipeline. This is a really important because one original video, YouTube video, we need to maximize this video, right? I have about 10,000 people on my email list, 9,000 people in my school community, and we have to make people view this video. And in order to do that, we need to make a really good post. And to do that manually will take a lot of time. So I will use this. Let's work on video to revenue pipeline. Please give me a prompt for the front end and the database as well, based on the PRD and database documentation, UI, UX documents we have about the project. So this actually has multiple things because we have different kind of CTAs, we have different tones that we are using. For if you don't know what I'm talking about, but before when I'm demoing this, we talked about video to revenue pipeline where you give video URL, title, description, featured template, and then you can give the CTA where you want to drive traffic to and what is the tone you want to use. And that was for newsletter, free school community, paid community, and a LinkedIn post that goes with, and the keyword that you want people to comment. For example, when I'm posting this video, I want to transcribe the video, I want to give the topic so that I can make an effective newsletter email, all of these posts, and I want to give out this template, so get thousands of comments in the process, hopefully. And that I would say content or comment infinity to get this. So you get the idea. You have been seeing a lot of those posts lately anyway. Now, I should have saved the explanation for a bit later. Okay, it is huge and it's still writing. And I don't know how many of this will be able to follow. Can we divide this prompt into multiple parts? This is too large and AI that I'm prompting may not be able to get everything. So one step at a time, how many steps you're breaking this down to, and output each step in a code block. Okay, now because this is too much instruction, we ask it to break down this prompt. And manageable steps, you're absolutely right. Set up a video revenue to basic React structure. We are asking for all of this. Once it's done, it will go to the next step. Step 2, video input from basic UI. We'll copy this prompt and run this first. Let's see what Claude comes up with. While we do that, we see the second one, video input from basic UI. So step 2 is actually this thing. And it will take a while. I will stay quiet till this is done and we go to step 3 next and step 4. Wow, this is huge. And are we doing this entire thing in my original PRD? This is really, really detailed. And I really feel like once I said divide this into separate prompts, it actually went ahead and created a bunch of, or maybe using the entire thing by itself, the code that it has to generate, Bolt has to generate, Claude is actually doing it for us. We don't want that to be that generous. That's too much. We will see what we come up with in this first phase. Because we are doing this webhook driven functionality, we don't want AI to generate anything. when I say AI, Bolt to generate anything, because when I see some of these prompts here, it says, generating option value, engaging, helpful. I don't think we have all of this. And then build generation trigger. Instead of calling webhook, on click, it's doing its thing. Do we generation logic is generating current step? Maybe this is not bad, maybe it is. I don't know. I know one thing for sure. This is huge and I'm not going to use it. Because if we are just using that, we would be here all for the next couple of hours. And this is supposed to make our job much easier, not harder. It's done. Now it's asking me to apply some database changes, which I did. I really believe we should have gone the LinkedIn generation route. So the UI that we need to use for video to revenue pipeline is similar to video analyzer, but we are asking for these fields as shown in the image. So I will add an image of a video to revenue pipeline and show that we are asking for these inputs. And then I will see whether in our first prompt it has the video title, free community, CTA, tone, text, good, but it doesn't have any tone. What are the tones for and the CTAs that we are using for our video revenue generation? I think I hit stop by accident. Okay, good. Now if we come here and I want to add the image that I took a screenshot of, and I will just add the tones and call to actions because that is very minimal and that is the extent of it we probably need. We are unnecessarily complicating it too much with using this Bolt. Okay, tone options, professional, free community tones, paid community tones, industry. So I will copy this. Community, CTAs, LinkedIn, keywords for targeting. So I will say, okay, I will update the tone, free community, LinkedIn tones, CTAs for this. Keywords, no, I don't want keywords, and I will save this. And I will come here and paste this, and this should probably bring us at least 60% closer to our output. Now we have to do our thing that we have been doing. We need to go to our video to revenue pipeline and take this URL. That's one. And also there are two ways that we are doing right now. If a video description is greater than 200 lines, because we don't want to, obviously, if it's a 1 hour video or 5 hour videos like this, we don't really want AI to have all the info. So if the video description is greater than this number, it will run this. If not, it will run the transcription route. But for now, I will unlink this and only run one module. We are taking the YouTube transcript and we have this whole thing, which is crazy because I will, just so I don't lose it, I will clone this and save it somewhere. So when I change it, I don't want to lose the whole thing. Okay. when coming to Bolt, it is still writing what we requested. It's good. I will let it do its thing, hoping it is creating everything that I asked for. Now, the changes we need to do we will only come to know about this once we run this module. And in order to do that, we need to copy this. And once the user submits this URL, we need to do that. And also, one more important step that I forgot to mention is we have run this previously, right? If you observe, the body is okay, not the body, but this guy right here, text response, is what we are sending back. And we have seen the LinkedIn IDs, post IDs have done really good in terms of saving what we save. I think we should update this into the UI will update once we refresh. I think there is massive change. That's why we are not seeing it. Yeah, once we go to video revenue. Oh, okay, this is weird. Okay, good. It is indeed doing its thing. YouTube video URL, topic, and everything. So when the user clicks create revenue pipeline, we will call a webhook like we used to and generate and wait for a JSON response. I will share the example response that you will receive. You need to build a viewer to display this info in a visually pleasing manner and also update our database according to this new info. And I will do two things. I will copy the webhook that we have in here. If we go to our webhook, when we say we'll call a webhook and don't provide the actual webhook, it will use one of the existing ones, which we don't need. This is us avoiding an error. And now we will say this. It will now, Bolt will take into account, okay, this is the webhook integration. I have the response. If we have done just this, when we are getting back the YouTube comments, we would have been in a much better place. And I strongly suggest you do that instead of parsing the JSON and all the steps that I did. You can, at this point, we have done both the updating or adding a Superbase row from make.com. That's one way, the clean way, ideal way. And a hacky way is waiting for webhook response and updating, making Bolt update things for you. So you don't have to spend too much time on make.com. And most people prefer this webhook response way because we don't have to say, wait for a few minutes and check back. We can clearly show how long the process is taking instead of just calling the webhook and waiting whether it's done or not. Okay. I like the tones and I like 1,000 plus vertical entrepreneurs. This is not true. It's more than 8,000 now. So free community, join my free builders guide in your inbox, download my AI implementation checklist, free for weekly AI tools delivered to your inbox. Usually that is not the CTAs that I would add. Depending on what your call to action is, if it's a mastermind group, if it's, if whatever your client's call to action is, you would include that. But I'm not worried too much. Not as much as, get the build done than anything. So you can do a lot of changes in this prompt as well. If you look at the prompt we have here, is we are capturing all of these infos. User ID, video URL, And once we have all of these things, video description or video transcript, we will go through, we will go ahead and generate all of these amazing looking posts. And I will probably select something simple, one of my videos, simple videos. I will select a shorter video. Shorter video for me is like 20 minutes. Uh, I should be making less than 20 minutes, but let's say how I automated sending proposals at my agency. This is a proposal automation that I did. So we can copy this URL for testing purposes. We have to run this test 2 times, by the way, because the first time is making sure I thought it would update the database structure, which is weird. It did not. When we create a new pipeline, paste the URL, how I automated, title automatically updated, optional, description is optional, featured templates and resources. So paid, free, professional, educational, engaging, VIP access, persuasive, instead of engaging, welcoming, proposal. Okay, I will run this module only instead of running the whole thing. And now come here, create revenue pipeline, and accepted and accepted is not valid JSON. This usually means it worked and it only triggered. Okay, video URL is the main thing. Video URL, we will have that. Save. And Claude, if we go to Claude, user ID is missing. User ID, okay, user underscore ID. Video URL. We are using camel case. Video title, and template resource, video description and transcript, newsletter CTA, newsletter tone, community CTA, free community CTA. I don't see free community CTA. I only see free community tone. Newsletter tone. I don't know where that is, but it will do something. It's okay. Paid community tone. LinkedIn keyword proposal. Let's save it, run this once, and come to Bolt, create revenue pipeline. It is now generating our pipeline. Okay, now that we refresh the whole thing successfully, how I automated sending proposals for my agency, draft, email, schools, and LinkedIn, nothing is happening really. I don't think it will work because we are not updating a table, but we are sending back a webhook response, right? The best practice now is deleting what we have in video revenue generation. Let's delete the whole thing, delete rows, and let's delete revenue generation, delete post. And LinkedIn posts, we don't have any. Newsletter, we don't have any. School posts, we don't have any. Good. Now that we cleared up everything, we go back to our, we have come a long way, by the way. No pipelines, new pipeline, paste, summary, automated proposal generator. We will run this again, run once, and go back to Bolt and revenue pipeline and hope it doesn't refresh randomly. It is refreshing randomly because I think it's saving, and it's happening because we are using this viewer, like within this preview, it would not usually refresh that. If it does, it's so stupid to use this thing. We are better off building Superbase create rows than webhook responses. So let's wait at least 20 to 30 seconds for it to finish running. Once it finishes running, it should update. We should be probably taken back to the pipelines where we have all of our posts that we can view in a visually pleasing manner. At least I hope that is the case. And it's taking a lot of time because even though this is not the biggest video, it still needs to create a bunch of things. It will combine the whole thing and it will come up with okay, let's go back. Video analysis, main create fully automated sales proposal system that produces customized client videos without requiring agency owners' direct involvement. Newsletter emails to school posts for LinkedIn posts too. And when we click on newsletter emails, subject line, I've automated my entire client proposal process and it's closing deals. And drop your email below to get it when it launches. I'm including all my templates, prompts, automation in there too. And email 2, proposal hack is closing 42% of my leads without me. Awesome. I love it. And school posts for free school, motivational CTA is right now empty, but I think that is, we've already seen it. If you just comment in the prompt saying if CTA is not present, always do this. Or you can prompt the Bolt to say, hey, you're not sending the free school community CTA, adjust your webhook. That's it. For goals coming soon, goals and milestones, I haven't added that. For settings coming soon, we haven't added that too. It's not available in my main app anyway. Now I want to show you something cool. We have seen everything so far. Video to revenue, we have all the templates and deployment. I will show you how. Netlify optimization. I have something called I have a prompt that, you know how once you deploy this app, when you refresh this, it says looks like you followed a broken link. We need to do something in order to avoid this. We have a prompt for it that I run in almost every project that I work on, every Bolt project. So it's in a different date table. I am opening that as we speak, and I'm trying to talk about something. Meanwhile, I'll search for it really quick. We are avoiding 404 error, right? So it is simple prompt. We say we need to fix Netlify 404 error on page refresh, creates redirects in our file, redirects file in our projects public folder. Once you add this, you won't be facing that issue anymore. That's a quick little hack that, if you don't know. And then we have, what else do we have? Environment setup, performance monitoring, error tracking. Now, there will be a ton of errors on Netlify. On Superbase, you will have a bunch of warnings. If you open this, you will see quite a bit of, we can advisors, errors, 12 warnings. And most of this is related to row level security. And a couple of these have to do with auth. These are not something that will break your app today, but if you are doing production level or if you want to sell this to a client, you might have to fix all these errors. Maybe I'll cover that in future videos, but for now, let's focus on, this Netlify app is done and you need to click on deploy. And once you click on deploy, it is deploying it to Netlify. And you need to create an account on Netlify. If you are automatically connected, if you look at integrations or not integrations, I've already connected my Netlify to this account, and it's available in your settings. And if you go to sorry, not network. If you go to applications, Netlify is connected. You need to connect your own Netlify account here. It's easy. And once you do, this URL will actually show up in your Netlify account. And before we connect this or with our own URL or anything, I think it's really important to add or do one more thing. Is right now the dashboard is using placeholder data, but we finished Content Center, Project 1460, YouTube systems, LinkedIn systems, video to revenue pipeline. So update the dashboard based on this new info. Create futuristic data visualizers and pull certain or at least one info from each of these categories and divide this into components and multiple subcomponents for better maintainability. That is the final prompt that I want to conclude this tutorial with, because most of my competitors out there, or most of the experts, they are just teaching you dashboards, and we can build dashboard in just one prompt. Of course, it comes after you build the whole thing that connects for literally 10 different automations that we have seen today. Some we have built, some we have edited, some we have, haven't touched, but that's okay. This is not a course about make.com, but how to use webhooks. So imagine a huge with 100 different modules, 200 different modules. You can do the same thing with n8n. Actually, one of my next videos is using n8n modules. We have n8n 6 or 7 n8n scenarios for my ultimate meeting assistant system. And do let me know in comments below if you feel like this is too much explanation and you want to short it down and only focus on relevant things. We can do that. Make sure to let me know. And I read all the comments because I scrape even my competitor comments. I absolutely read every comment that I receive. So comment down below. And if you want to fork the entire app in one click and save it to your own Netlify without you having to run all these prompts, you can do so in my paid school that I'm launching. And there are a bunch of things that I will be teaching in this. We have a lot of courses. You can get this entire presentation, all the templates in my free school as well. You can join that. And the paid school, only thing that you can get extra in this paid school is the fact that you can fork the entire project in seconds. And it is vertical AI agency systems, and you will have 100-day money back guarantee. We have a program called 100-day agency blueprint. It will get you a client. If it doesn't, we'll get you, we'll give you your money back. Of course, you'll have to submit the proof that you are doing the whole thing. But let's see where we are at with the dashboard. I love this. Content pieces, project 1460, revenue pipeline, YouTube analysis, AI news tract, completion rate, and amazing. Perfect. I will deploy this now again. And once we open this, if you want to add your own domain, you have to come here in domains. I have added multiple domains. Add or register domain. You can buy one from directly here, or add a domain you already own. When you are adding a domain you already own, it will give you 4 DNS records. It is not DNS records. When you are activating, it will give you 4 name servers. you have to update those name servers in whichever platform that you're using. If you're GoDaddy, if you are Namecheap, you just need to update that. That's one of the easiest things. And once you have this URL, for example, aigrowthcreators.co is um, a URL that I own, right? When I want to add email, let's say to this, I come here, set up a custom domain you already own. I would say Infinity, maybe Infinity dot aigrowthcreators.co, verify. When I verify, it says aigrowthcreator.co is already on Netlify DNS. So you can add your own subdomain, adding subdomain. And once you add your subdomain, it will prepare my domain. It will take some time, 24 hours it says, but no, not that time. Once I refresh, it should be able to close done, and it's done. And you can force HTTPS on this page, and hosting is free, by the way. You don't have to pay for it, and everything that you see is on free plan. And once I log in with my email, I see the updated dashboard. I see the content center. I see Project 1460, YouTube systems, and video analyzer. And we have all the LinkedIn systems, LinkedIn AI news. And when I view posts, I can see all the posts in a visually pleasing manner. And what else do we have? Video to revenue. And this is a pipeline that it's already ready. And when I click on this, it is not opening up, but we know when we did open this, it looked amazing. So we can ask Bolt that I'm unable to view this. Just rewind back. It was amazing. It looked really good. Or you can prompt it to, I cannot view the post or the card in video to revenue pipeline. We should be able to load the viewer as soon as the user clicks the button. So once we do that, I know it should be done by now. Let's see, I can see the issue problem is that when you click on video, right, it should load the viewer and display generated content. Doesn't have any click handlers. Perfect. And now it knows the issue and it's fixing the issue. And now it also has welcome back money. And if you want to add or capture additional information on the front end, let's say when user is signing up, you want to capture their email. This is an old website, but now it looks really clean. If you want certain data visualizers, this is neural network visualization, this is holographic content visualization. If you want these advanced one, quantum productivity matrix, if you want these, you can just comment, I want this instead of this, make me. And I'm not worried about it too much. Right now, we are at a much better place, and this system is actually looking much cleaner than my original at future prediction tool and system integration. I really love how it's being displayed. I can copy this post directly, or if you use a tool called Metricool, you can even add a publish button. And I, challenge you, do that. If it simplifies a lot of things. You can have a publish button that can generate a lot of other creators are showing you AI generated videos. You can create reels even from these ideas. Be creative. You can create Instagram systems. You can create TikTok systems. You can create ad generators. So this is the beginning of so many systems to come. And I'm super excited to do more, share more. Obviously, we'd be view generated. We'll open this up. There is a download all option also. And it's taking longer, like we already know. But that's it with my call to action. Subscribe to my YouTube, obviously, if you want to learn about all of these amazing systems. And the next system that I'm going to build is a complete CRM that automates at least 60 to 70% of operations that I do at my agency, from contracts, proposals, onboarding, social media, lead management, speed to lead, a lot of things. You will be blown away. Okay, let me deploy this, and I know it works. For some reason, I know it works. And let's test this. Once it's done, I will refresh this page, the Creator Companion app, and now we should be able to see the video to revenue. When I click on it, loading the pipeline, amazing. How to use the generated content and newsletter emails, copy it, download it, school posts, LinkedIn posts. Amazing. I hope everyone got a value from this. And if you want to get this entire presentation with all the templates, documentation, prompts, just head to my free school community and go to Classroom and YouTube templates. You should be able to find it in one of these videos. But if you want to skip everything and for the entire project in minutes and use it for your own, you can join my new school community. This is a paid community, Vertical AI Agency Systems. It has other courses like 100 Days Vertical AI Blueprint. If you don't get a client in 100 days, you will get a full refund guaranteed. And many other courses that has helped me in my agency journey. Do check that out if you're interested. But you can get everything that we've discussed for free in my free school community. And I will see you in the next one.